Hey, 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 good morning. It's finally Friday. I'm free again. I just saw Spin's comment. Hi, everybody. Hey, hi, hi. How are you guys this morning? Let me add the stream to the stage. I read a while ago that apparently the lawyers went into the judge's chambers. No idea what's going on with that, but let me go up and say hi to everyone. Hey, Henny and Lauren. Hi. Hey, Morgana and Spins. Hi, Morgana. Hey, QB. Sherry Jones. Hey, hey. There's Margaret. You did make it on time, ma'am. Hey. Ooh, Lauren says her appointment was okay. They had to draw 10 tubes of blood. I get the results next week. Hope it's nothing bad. Well, I pray it's nothing bad. I hope everything's fine. Fine. Good morning, Lee. Lee comes in and sets up the breakfast table. Bacon. Yum, 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 yum. It's bacon. Yes, y'all throw your DNA on the like button. Subscribe. All the YouTubey things. Hashtag replay if you're watching on the replay. Let's see. Anybody else popped in? Oh, there's Gail. Hey, Gail. Hey, Miss King. It's good to see you back this morning. Mickey Jur. Okay. Replay. Hashtag replay. Crack me up. Okay. So, I wonder why they're in the judge's chambers. Wonder if it had something to do with yesterday's shenanigans. Wondering if it had anything to do with yesterday's shenanigans. Wait, what's Lauren saying? For those who don't know, yesterday was Tammy's autopsy, huh? Lauren, I'm confused. Yesterday, it was the...
Session, Honorable Stephen W. Boyce, presiding.
Thank you. Please be seated. We have all 18. Yes. Okay. Okay, we're on the record again on case CR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We're continuing with evidence this morning. The case in chief still presented by the state. The court notes that we do have all 18 jurors have returned and each have signed their juror affirmations this morning. So if we're ready to continue with evidence, it's cross-examination of Ms. Gibb this morning, who has returned on the witness stand. Is the state ready to proceed and have the jurors brought in?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
From the defense?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, we'll continue with that. And as I mentioned to council, we'll discuss as the day moves along what time we might conclude for the day, but we'll see how things are going in terms of length of this witness and the next. So if we'll go ahead and have the jurors brought in at this time, please, Mr. Bailiff.
Oh, okay, Lauren. I was really confused. I was like, yesterday they did Tammy's autopsy. I was like thinking, wait a minute, yesterday was all Melanie Gibb, but then okay, now it makes sense. Gotcha. Thank you. That was the blurry thing on the screen. Okay. They do have their good mics on, Spins, right? No worries, Lauren. I was just like, wait a minute. I thought I lost a whole complete day. I was like, wait a minute. Wait, did I dream yesterday happened? So Melanie's going to be back up on the stand today. And back with the defense. Hot mic, John Pryor. Yeah, no worries, Lauren. Margaret says you had a rough day, Lauren. We understand. So yeah, that's kind of the how do I want to say? I thought maybe they took too much blood. You're like,
Four eyes, please.
looks like Melanie had her orange cantaloupe looking colored sweater on again today.
Your Honor, the jury is present and accounted for.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, good morning, everyone. We are on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We're continuing with evidence in the case. Ms. Gibb is on the stand, having been previously sworn yesterday. This is continuing cross-examination. The court notes the presence of all 18 jurors properly seated as well, and the court will also indicate that each of the jurors has completed their juror affirmation for the morning. So thank you all for following the court's continuing admonition and instruction in that regard. With that, if we're ready to continue with cross, you can go ahead and take the podium, Mr. Pryor, and we'll continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Before you begin your cross, Mr. Pryor, I'll just inquire of the witness. First, I'll remind you, you are still under oath, Ms. Gibb, and I'll ask, did you review anything about the case or your testimony or discuss your testimony with anyone else since last night when we concluded? Okay. She indicated no. So with that, Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to continue with cross, you can do that now.
Ms. Gibb, I want to go over just a couple of preliminary matters if we could first to start there, if that's okay with you.
Okay.
The first thing is you never did provide a hair sample to any law enforcement agency in this case. Is that right?
Correct.
You never turned over your phone or was requested to turn over your phone to any law enforcement agency. Is that correct?
Correct.
You were never requested or did turn over any email accounts or social media accounts to law enforcement at their request. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. You did, however, in 2021, provide a DNA sample to a Rexburg or a Fremont County officer a couple of years after this alleged incident. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about an organization that I think you're affiliated with called Seven Gatherers. Are you familiar with the term Seven Gatherers?
I'm not.
You're not. Okay. Initially, there was some discussion about Chad and Lori. Obviously, we're getting very close during the early parts of January and February of 2019. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at any time, did they talk about having a plan to spend their lives together?
At some point they did.
Do you recall when that was?
I would say they kind of talked about it in the beginning of their relationship about being part of the head of the 144,000. I would say within a month or two. I'm not sure exactly the day.
Well, I appreciate the religious references, but I was talking more on a personal note that they were planning if when Tammy passed away that they were going to spend their lives together. Did you ever overhear that kind of a discussion?
Um, I guess kind of. Yeah.
And on that note, we previously touched on the fact that Chad and a number of his speaking engagements prior to even knowing Lori Vallow spoke about his, and I want to use the right word, his premonitions, I guess, about Tammy not having a long life. Recall that?
Yes.
And you were present for at least a couple of those, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So it was also common knowledge that Chad had openly discussed the fact that he felt his wife was not going to live long, well before he ever met Lori Vallow, right?
Right.
Okay. And in fact, you touched on that when you had one of your text message conversations with Prosecutor Wood. You had mentioned that, do you recall having that discussion?
It's possible, but I don't recall it.
Okay. Is it possible that you told him that Chad made it known to a lot of his close friends that he knew that Tammy wasn't going to live long?
Yes.
Okay. And we don't need to go into that. Okay. Now, at no time did Chad Daybell ever tell you that he intended to do harm to Tammy Daybell, did he?
Correct.
And in fact, at no time did Chad Daybell ever tell you that he intended to do harm to JJ Vallow or Tylee Ryan.
Correct.
Okay. So this plan that they had to spend their lives together would only have occurred if either Chad divorced Tammy Daybell or that if the premonition was accurate and Tammy had passed away, that they would be able to spend their lives together, right?
Yes.
Okay. I want to go back to the discussion in late November when you claim that you got a call from Chad about not wanting to talk to the police, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, to put a little foundation in this, on the weekend of the 19th through the 23rd, you were at Lori Vallow's townhome that night, right?
Are you talking about November?
September of 19th through the 23rd, you were at,
Yes.
I'm
Yes.
just putting a little foundation in place. You were at there, and then part of that was to go to a seminar. There were a number of other things as well, right?
Correct.
Okay. So in your eyes, that was the last time that you saw JJ Vallow alive, right?
Correct.
Okay. And did you later come to learn that the prosecutors in the state's allegations are that JJ was murdered at or around the time that you folks were there for that podcast?
I wasn't aware of that.
You've never become aware of that?
I wasn't aware that they were murdered. I knew that the word was missing.
Okay.
Yeah.
And subsequently, you've learned that the allegation is that there's an alleged murder that took place at or around the weekend of the 19th through the 23rd. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, your testimony is that Chad Daybell called you and said, don't talk to the police. Is that what it
Correct.
was on the 19th? And do you remember the date of that?
I remember it was 2 or 3 days before Thanksgiving. So it was in November, whenever the Thanksgiving was.
And would the 25th of November ring a bell, possibly?
It's possible.
Okay. Okay. Now, prior to November 23rd, did you have any phone conversations with Lori Vallow, giving you a warning that Chad was going to call you?
No.
Okay. But when Chad spoke with you at that time, he did tell you that Lori was going to get a hold of you afterwards, right?
Correct.
Okay. Well, Miss Gibb, isn't it true that on November 25th of 2019, Chad Daybell contacted you and specifically asked you, where is JJ Vallow?
And no.
Okay. And yet, during that conversation, he told you that Lori was going to be contacting you, right?
That's right.
And then after that, did Lori contact you?
She did.
And what was the discussion, Miss Gibb?
She told me that the police had come asking for JJ and that she had told them that I had JJ and that I needed to go to a movie called Frozen, take some pictures.
Okay.
Back.
So your denial of the fact that Chad called you, you're denying the fact that Chad Daybell called you on the 25th, seeking out information as to where JJ Vallow is. You're denying that, right?
Yes.
Okay. But yet Lori Vallow calls you back after Chad Daybell and says, I need you to cover for me and tell the police that you have JJ Vallow, correct?
Correct.
Hey, but Mr. Daybell also during that conversation said, you're going to hear from Lori.
Correct.
Did Lori ever tell you, I told Chad that JJ was with you and go along with this story?
I don't believe so.
Okay, but you don't know for sure, do you?
I can't remember. I can't recall all the words I said to
Oh,
her.
okay. All right. Okay, fair enough. And then was it that day or was it the next day that the police officers called you?
It was the same day.
Okay. And at that point, you told them that you had JJ Vallow, didn't you?
Not initially, but by the end of the day, yes.
Okay. You basically told them during that day that you had possession of JJ Vallow. Is that right?
I said I had him and then I didn't have him.
Well, no,
That's
we're
the
going to go
words I
one at a
used.
time, ma'am.
Okay.
At the first opportunity to have discussion with the police and discuss where JJ Vallow was, you told them you had JJ Vallow.
Correct.
Okay. So I'm having some difficulty with the fact that Chad's trying to cover something up. And yet after a phone call from Lori discussing to tell them that you had JJ, you suddenly go along and say, yes, I had JJ Vallow.
Your objection, this is a narrative. I'd ask to strike.
Sustained.
All right. And then at some point subsequent to that point, you decided to tell the police, well, I lied about this because I was having an emotional issue with how to deal with this, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how long did it take you for you to have that emotional reflection to go back to the police and tell them, well, I'm not going along with this lie that Lori and I came up with?
A few weeks.
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the evidence.
Well, it's already been answered by the witness. It's late, overruled.
Okay. A couple of weeks it took you to decide that I better tell the police the truth, right?
Right.
Okay. And then at some point you said that you decided to go and excuse me. You decided to go to the police to let them know what really happened. And that was the 2 weeks later, right?
However many times it was, how many weeks, yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. And then at some point yesterday, you testified that without talking to any law enforcement, you then took it upon yourself to record the conversation between you and Lori, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, Ms. Gibb, and that occurred on about the 8th of December of 2019. Does that sound correct?
If you're referring to the recording, yes.
Recording, yes.
Mhm.
Does that sound correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Do you recall having a call to Ray Hermosillo?
Yes.
Right. And well, your testimony previously was, or yesterday was that you didn't talk to anybody from the police department before you made that call, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the evidence.
Overruled.
You testified that you did not call or talk to anybody with law enforcement prior to recording that call to Lori Vallow. Is that correct?
Your Honor, again, I'm going to object. This misstates her testimony.
I'll sustain that objection.
Did you have any contact with law enforcement prior to making that recorded call to Chad and Lori?
I wasn't aware of the dates, so I'm not sure exactly when those dates were.
Oh, so are you saying you did talk to law enforcement?
I did.
Oh, prior to it, right?
I'm not sure of the dates.
Okay. Well, would it refresh your recollection that there were 2 calls to the Rexburg police with Ray Hermosillo on the 6th of December and the 7th of December? Does that spark your memory a little bit?
No, I don't recall the dates.
Okay.
It's just your memory, not mine.
Okay. And you don't have any recollection of talking to the police beforehand then, right?
Beforehand, what?
Before you recorded the call to Chad?
I could have, or after, before. I didn't recall the timing.
Well, isn't it true you testified yesterday that you didn't talk to the police when it was inquired?
Objection, Your Honor, that misstates the testimony.
Sustained.
So you did talk to the police on the 6th and 7th with Ray Hermosillo by phone before you made that phone recording to Chad and Lori, right?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered. She's already said she doesn't recall the dates.
I'll overrule that if she has any additional answer.
Ma'am?
You want to repeat the question, Ms.
Oh.
Pryor?
There was contact with law enforcement before you made that recording, right?
There was contact. I don't recall the time.
Okay. And you don't even recall the date, right?
No.
Okay. All right. Now, during that phone call, I touched on this yesterday a little bit. And Lori's comments on the phone call were, I had to move her somewhere else. You recall that?
Sounds familiar, yes.
I will do whatever the Lord needs me to do.
Right.
I love you so much. I know, and you said, I know you do, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I noticed during the phone call that the majority of the conversation was between you and Lori. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And that the only time Chad got on the phone call is when he was talking about, his premonition about Tammy, and that he feels that someone's trying to jump on him as a result of this issue between you and Lori. Would that be fair?
Objection, Your Honor, the call speaks for itself and that misstates what was in the call.
Sustained.
Okay. But you would agree with me that Chad was really not a primary or significant portion of that call, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, one of the things I took note of during the phone call was that Lori made the comment, "You more than anyone else knows the truth," when she was talking to you. Do you
Yeah.
recall that?
Yes.
Isn't it true, ma'am, that that was a way for her to hide the fact that, Miss Gibb, you and Lori Vallow know the truth about what happened to JJ Vallow on the 23rd of September, correct?
No,
Okay. How about the 22nd of September, ma'am?
no.
Okay. Isn't it true that Lori was being very vague on that phone call because Chad was there and she didn't want Chad to know that you were going to talk about the murder of JJ Vallow?
I have no idea what her agenda was.
Okay. Now, ma'am, there's been some reference to names, people using different names, Chad, Lori, yourself, and the name James and Elena came up, right?
Yes.
You're familiar with that.
Yes.
Are you also familiar with the fact that that was a novel that Chad was writing about his relationship with Lori Vallow?
Yes.
Okay. So that all of that discussion about James and Elena was Chad using one of his personal experiences, maybe not a proper experience, but an experience about his relationship with Lori, and he assigned names to those two folks, correct?
I wouldn't know his agenda.
Okay. Now, you also had a nickname as well, right?
Yes.
Phoebe?
Yes. That sounds
Okay.
familiar.
You went by Phoebe? It sounds familiar?
Very occasionally she would say that.
Okay.
Yes.
And Judge, this slide I'm about to show comes from Exhibit 7D, which was previously admitted by stipulation of the parties. I can show it to counsel if you like. Talk about the Elmo, and I'll try to navigate through that if I can. We'll see how well we do there.
Is this Defense Exhibit 70?
It is Defense Exhibit 7, Judge, and subsection
Oh,
D.
7. Okay.
7, I'm sorry, 7.
That Elmo has both a light and a zoom in out feature on it, Mr. Pryor.
Warming up, Judge. Perfect. Can I have you stand here for me? Okay. So you previously discussed the fact that you never talked about dark portals or dark lives and things like that, correct?
I didn't go around teaching them to people that I can recall.
Okay. Well, this is an email. I'll represent this as an email from Lori Vallow to you, and it says Phoebe. And then you responded with the email below, and I apologize for the print on there, but if you could read from thanks and go down to the bottom to me.
Thanks. I love you so much. I'm going to teach you right now, teaching about discerning and shutting off dark portals.
Now, I will represent to you that that was an email that was put together and it was from you to Lori Vallow. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that email.
Okay. But in that email, you're talking about teaching people about dark portals. Correct?
It sounds like she said she was going to teach me.
Do we need to look at it again? Judge, could I approach the witness with the exhibit?
If you've got a printed copy, you can have the bailiff take the exhibit to the witness.
Judge, may we approach briefly?
Yes.
Sidebar City. Yeah, he annoys me too, Henny. I know. He annoys me too. The husband was coming in. He came in a while ago. He comes home early on Fridays, and he came in and he said he remembers this case. But he's like, gee, that dude is no joke. Margaret. She says, well, in fairness, I very occasionally spill coffee all down me. Girl, what are we going to do with you? Speaking of, I need to go make me a cup. A cuppa. I didn't get a fresh cup before the stream started, so I need to go get me a cup. A cuppa.
Ms. Gibb, have you had a chance to read that?
Yes.
Mr. Bailiff, could I have that returned to me, please?
That exhibit, Mr. Pryor, based on sidebar, we're going to designate Defense Exhibit 7C is what was just published to the jurors and given to the witness.
Now, Ms. Gibb, the date of this email from Lori Vallow to you was dated 7/25 of 2019.
Okay.
Okay. And at that time, you were in the process at about that time, very time, on the way to a mountain retreat camp to teach that in the next few days, right at the time you sent this, correct? Remember that?
No,
You don't remember that?
I don't remember anything about me teaching anybody anything like that.
Okay. So you're denying the fact that you and Miss Vallow had a conversation and you talked about teaching and shutting off dark spirits or dark portals, right?
Incorrect. She shared that.
Oh, she shared that with you.
No, that text says that she wanted to teach me. It had nothing to do with what I responded to that I can see from that text.
Well, forgive me, but the text says, I'm going to teach right now, teaching about discerning and shutting off dark spirits. So it's your contention then that you're not Phoebe, right?
Well, I gather from that conversation that she was sharing that with me.
Okay. Well, I gather from the conversation that you were sharing that with her. So we have a disagreement, don't we?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Sustained.
Okay. So your position is you never talked or taught in any camp. Is that right, about dark portals? Is that what you're
That's
testifying to?
correct.
Okay. Okay. Now, you also previously testified that you never discussed dark and light or super dark or different levels of dark and light. Is that right?
I discussed it at times with probably people in the inner circle, but I didn't go around teaching it that I can recall.
I didn't ask about teaching. I said that you had discussions with people about light and dark then, right?
Right.
So that's not a term that's not unfamiliar to you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So when you say the inner circle, does that include Mike James?
No,
Okay, so you never had a discussion with Mike James about super dark and dark, is that right?
not to my recollection.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection that on November 12th of 2019, you contacted Lori Vallow complaining about Mike James and someone named Nancy being super dark? Does that refresh your recollection?
I don't recall that.
Okay. And if I were to show that to you, would that help you refresh your recollection?
It doesn't matter to me. Regardless, I just don't recall it.
Okay. Well, Mr. Bailiff, could you provide this to Ms. Gibb? Ma'am, when you're done reading that, would you set that or give that back to the bailiff, please?
Okay.
You give it back to the bailiff, please. Mr. Bailiff, if I may, please. So you saw this. Does this refresh your recollection, Ms. Gibb?
No,
It doesn't.
I don't recall.
Okay. Well, do I need to show it to you again and ask?
I can read it and I see what it says. I just don't recall that text.
Okay. So you don't recall talking about Mike James and asking for a favor and mentioning that someone named Nancy is super dark, but obviously there was that conversation, right?
According to that text, but I don't recall that text.
Okay. And talking about being violent and bad language.
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay. You're not denying that this text exists, are you?
No, I just don't
Okay.
recall it.
You just don't recall talking about super dark. So when you gave your testimony that you never really preached or talked about super dark or super light or anything like that, is that still accurate?
I don't recall talking to people outside of the inner circle about that.
Okay, well, that's Mike James, and you just told me Mike James is not in the inner circle.
He's not.
So that's somebody you were talking to Lori about, and it was based on a discussion about light and dark, right?
Right.
So you did talk outside your inner circle about this, didn't you?
Incorrect.
Incorrect? Well, Mike James isn't in your inner circle.
No.
Mike James is unloading on me and says Nancy is super dark. So are you suggesting that, oh, it was just Mike James saying the super dark and you were just listening? Is that what you're saying?
I don't recall how I felt at that time or what he was saying context. I just have no memory of that. I'm sorry.
Okay, and then your lack of memory is
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative. These have been asked and answered, and this is a narrative.
This last question was not a question. It was argumentative. It's sustained.
Judge, and I think I'm going to move on. Okay.
Sure.
You mentioned about castings,
Right.
and it's your testimony that prior to meeting Lori Vallow, you never engaged in castings. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. But then when you met Lori Vallow, you started the process of engaging in castings.
Correct.
And you mentioned that as part of castings, physical violence to anyone was never part of the solution there, right?
Correct.
The solution was to engage in castings and pray to have evil spirits leave the body of the people you believe are possessed.
Correct.
Death was never in the equation for castings. Is that right?
I guess they eventually said that they would pass on if the evil spirits would leave.
So is that something that's consistent with your LDS faith?
No,
But you engaged in that conduct, right?
correct.
Okay. Did anybody force you to engage in that conduct?
No.
Okay. I'm going to switch gears a little bit. We previously talked about you going to Hawaii to visit Lori in 2019. Okay. Did Lori pay for your flight on that trip?
I don't think so. I don't recall.
Don't recall, right? Okay. But Tylee was not there. That would you recall?
Not when I was there.
There were occasions when Lori would pay for people's flights. Do you recall that ever occurring?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you ever have a discussion with Lori about paying for Chad's flight to speak in Arizona?
Doesn't sound familiar.
Okay. I want to go back over the timeline a little bit about the weekend of the 19th through the 23rd. Okay.
Okay.
You arrived in Idaho Falls on the 19th. Is that what you recall?
Yes.
That was a Thursday, right?
Yes.
Okay. Lori picked you up at the airport. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was Alex there as well?
He wasn't in the car. No.
Okay. You also, on that Thursday, in a previous interview with law enforcement, mentioned that you went to a restaurant immediately upon arriving in Idaho Falls on that Thursday.
That's right.
And that restaurant, if I recall, was a Johnny Carino's. Does that ring a bell?
I just know it was an Italian restaurant.
Okay. Okay. At that point, was JJ with you too when you went to Johnny Carino's?
I don't recall seeing him there.
Okay. Do you recall that Lori had hired a babysitter that day?
Yeah, I think so.
Right. And Alex was with you because the JJ was with a babysitter, right?
I believe he met us at the restaurant.
Okay. 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 And after you were at the restaurant, do you recall that the two of you then went to a Walmart?
I don't recall.
Okay. It's possible you went to a Walmart afterwards, right?
It's possible.
Okay. And then you, after going to Johnny Carino's and going to the Walmart, it was relatively late that night, correct?
I feel like it was in the afternoon.
Okay. Is that what you recall?
Yes.
Okay. But then is it your testimony that the remainder of the day you and Lori spent time together, you didn't see Chad, correct?
I don't recall if Chad came over or not. I just know I was with her.
Okay. And that was Thursday, we're correct?
Yes.
Okay, so then we move on to Friday. Do you recall going to a place called the Gravity Factory on
It's
Friday?
some jump place.
I think that's
Yeah.
what that was,
Yeah,
right?
I do recall going there.
Talked about that with law enforcement, right?
Yes,
I think you called it like a jump house or something like that.
like that.
Do you remember about what time you folks went to the jump house on Friday?
Well, I'm not sure it was Friday, but it was daylight outside.
Okay. Well, we know that it wasn't Thursday because we already discussed Thursday, correct?
I can't say if it was or wasn't. It could we could have done it on Thursday.
You could have.
Yeah, I don't recall when we actually went.
Okay. So you recall telling law enforcement in an interview that on Friday you went to the jump house or to the the Gravity Factory. Do you recall telling law enforcement?
I don't recall the date I shared with them.
Okay. And you don't recall what time you went to the Gravity House or the Jump House, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. On Friday morning, do you recall going anywhere Friday morning?
I just know specific things we did. I just can't always recall exactly what day it was.
And then do you recall that after you had spent amount of time before we get there, the Jump House, that wasn't for you and Lori, right?
Correct.
That was for JJ?
Correct.
Okay. And you don't recall the number of hours you spent at the Jump House, do you?
I would say it was maybe around 2 hours.
Okay. And that was, and my recollection is that was in Idaho Falls, correct?
I don't know where it was.
Oh, you don't remember?
I don't.
Okay. And then after the Jump House, you and Lori and JJ oh, by the way, was Alex there too at the Jump House with you guys?
I remember he came and went. He brought some pizza, I believe.
Well, you guys went out for pizza, didn't you?
Yes, we did. Yeah.
You didn't bring pizza.
I feel like he brought something in. That's just my memory.
Right.
Yeah.
What happened is you went to the Jump House, and then isn't it true you afterwards Alex came by, and then all of you went out to have a bite to eat for dinner at a pizza place, correct?
I don't recall what day it was, but we did go out for pizza one night.
And then after you went out for pizza, you went back to the townhome, correct?
I don't remember.
Okay, well, you went back because you had to gather your things to go pick up Dave, right?
I didn't have to pick up Dave.
Well, who picked up Dave?
No one.
He drove in?
Yes.
I was under the impression Dave flew in.
No.
Okay. That Dave flew in, that's not correct?
That's not correct.
Okay. And then on Friday evening, the folks in the townhouse that evening were you and Dave,
Correct.
your boyfriend at the time, Lori and Alex,
Yes.
and JJ.
And JJ. And I think Chad was there too.
Oh, how long was Chad there?
I don't recall.
Okay. Is it possible that Chad wasn't there?
It's possible.
Okay. And then do you recall if Alex and your boyfriend at the time were playing Guitar Hero on a video game?
They were playing. I remember watching it. I might have at some point just jumped in a little bit and danced a little bit.
Okay. We don't. That's okay.
Mhm.
But the two of them had spent a considerable amount of time that Friday night playing Guitar Hero, Alex and Dave, correct?
No, I don't believe Dave ever did.
Oh, Dave watched Alex play?
Yes, I guess so.
Okay. And then we go on to Saturday. You got up in the morning and prepared to go to this firm foundation thing, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, do you remember in one of your text messages to Prosecutor Wood that you mentioned that you were there at the firm foundation for about 10 hours taking pictures? Do you recall talking to Prosecutor Wood about that?
I don't recall talking to him about that.
Is it possible you spoke to him about that?
It's possible.
Okay. So you were at the firm foundation and you said you were there for about 10 hours, correct?
I think I was. I just don't remember.
Okay. And do you recall that it was rather late at night on Saturday when you got done with the firm foundation?
Yes. Yes.
And you didn't see Chad that night either, did you?
I don't recall seeing him.
Okay, right. So then we go on to Sunday. And you and Dave slept in that morning, correct? Recall that?
I do not recall that.
Okay. Anyway, you woke up late, apparently, and Lori.
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the prior testimony in counsel's, it's a narrative.
Sustain.
Is it possible you slept in till late Sunday morning?
No,
It's not possible?
I don't sleep in.
Okay, thank you. Okay. And then, do you recall that Lori gave you a haircut that Sunday?
Yes,
Okay, and how long did that take?
a few hours because she colored my hair too.
Okay, so that was Sunday morning, correct?
I think so.
Okay, and do you recall about what time that was?
I don't.
Okay. Sometime in the morning, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then you folks went to have lunch that after she cut your hair, correct?
No, I don't remember that at all.
Okay. Did you stay in the townhouse and bring lunch in?
I don't remember how the food was. I don't remember her having a lot of food. She might have made something. I don't remember.
Okay, but at that point, you hadn't seen Chad Daybell Sunday morning, correct?
No, I saw him Sunday morning.
You did? When was that?
Shortly after we went to this field behind a church building. So sometime in the morning. I felt like it was in the morning. Could have been late morning, but it was sometime.
Do you recall discussing with Lori that after Chad gets out of church Sunday afternoon, we'll go out and look at a piece of property? Do you recall having that conversation with Lori?
I don't recall, but it's possible.
Okay, so is it possible you're just confused about the facts and the time to go visit the land was really early to late afternoon on Sunday?
I felt like her seeing a piece of land that I talked about first, and then going to see that land for sale was second. That's just my memory.
Oh, so you went to see a piece of land with Lori first?
Well, I wouldn't consider it was just this empty field that was behind a church, but it wasn't for any purpose of being purchased.
So you were traveling to the piece of property that you were going to go look with Alex and David, but you were traveling with Lori at that point, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the testimony, it's a narrative. I'd move to strike.
Overruled.
You were traveling with Lori to go look at the piece of property with the real estate person, correct?
No.
Who were you traveling with?
I don't know who I was traveling with. I think maybe Dave and I were in the truck and we drove over there. I don't remember.
You don't remember. So it's possible that you were traveling with Lori as well, right?
No.
Okay. So you remember you weren't with Lori.
Yeah, I remember.
Okay. But you had mentioned that you and Lori went to see a piece of parcel first.
Yes. Mhm.
Okay. And then subsequent to that, you went to look at another piece of property, correct?
Correct.
And then Chad was meeting you at that second piece of parcel, correct?
Correct.
And then do you recall you told in an interview to law enforcement that Chad was still in his church clothes at that point?
Could be.
Okay. Well, do you remember that or not?
I don't remember the conversation.
Okay. So it's possible that you told law enforcement that Chad was in his church clothes in the afternoon when he went out to see the property, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you did see Chad at the property at that point, correct?
Correct.
And that's the one we're really sure about, right?
I'm sure about both of them, but yes, he was at that one.
You're sure? Which is the other one that you're so sure about?
The one that we just talked about, the prior one,
Prior one about what?
the parcel that we went to first.
Okay. Oh, Chad was there too?
Uh-huh.
Okay. And then afterwards, you went back to the townhome, correct?
I think so, but I don't recall for sure.
Okay. And Chad didn't go with you back to the townhome, did he?
I don't think so.
Okay. And then at that point, you were getting prepared for your podcast that you were going to do that night, right?
We didn't prepare for that till the evening.
Okay. And again, on a Sunday evening, Chad wasn't there for the podcast, correct?
Correct.
And then just to clarify again, after you did the podcast, that was late in the, well, it could have been as late as Saturday or, excuse me, Monday morning, but it was after midnight sometime, right?
I'm not sure if it was after midnight. I just know it was around that time.
Okay. And then and then we'll move on to Monday. On Monday, you departed
Mhm.
and left for to go back home. Is that correct?
No.
What did you do on Monday?
Dave and I drove to Pocatello to see his son.
Okay. And you left at about 9:30.
That sounds about right.
Isn't it true that you and Alex and Dave drove by Chad's property Monday morning?
No.
Okay. Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pryor. Ms. Blake, you can conduct redirect if you'd like.
That was much quicker than I thought it would be.
No, that's already up there. But it has to be. It's going to be put in. Yeah. Now I understand.
Oh no, QB. Has he been sick or does he have to test for a particular reason?
I'll find it. Mr. Bailey.
All right, sorry, Ms. Blake, we are labeling the one that was specifically referenced as 7C and putting a mark on that. I know it's a subpart of a generally admitted exhibit, but 7C is marked for the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted to wait.
Yes, we'll get that straightened out. Thank you.
Would you like me to proceed?
Yes, go ahead.
Ms. Gibb, we've asked you a lot of stuff from the years of 2018, 2019. Have you done your best to recall the facts?
Yes.
With regard to Lori, we talked about your relationship with her. And at times, I think you indicated you had daily contact.
Right.
And at times it was more sporadic.
Correct.
But this contact with her spanned over a period of time, correct?
Yes.
You were asked if you thought Chad believed that he could see visions. And I think you said yes, that was your understanding.
Yes.
Did Chad ever indicate to you that he had visions?
Well, he shared them publicly, so yes.
So Chad shared that he did have visions.
Yes.
You were asked yesterday about the term vibration.
Yes.
Did Chad and Lori ever use the term vibration?
Yes.
How did they use it?
They used it in a way to express their what they thought their knowledge was about being translated.
And when we talk about that, did your level in translation equate with the vibration number?
Yes.
What did they teach regarding that?
So the higher the number, the closer to the body being in a translation state.
And what did they talk about in relation to a translated state?
Your body would be changed in a way that you wouldn't have to eat or, I don't know, drink, but I don't know, your body's just more, I guess, stronger, powerful.
And you wouldn't need some of the things that, generally speaking, mortals or bodies need to survive. Is that fair?
Yeah, yeah.
You were also asked some about light and dark, and you were asked about energy work as well. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that some people may have a
Judge,
glow
I'm going
about
to
them?
object. It's leading.
Sustain.
Your Honor, and I think, if I may respond.
Well, you can ask another question, but it is redirect, not recross. So that was the leading question.
I guess that's what I wanted to be heard on.
Go ahead.
I think there was some agreement to allow defense to go outside the scope of direct, and I do think questions were asked that opened this avenue.
Judge, could we approach?
That's not necessary. I'll make a ruling. There was some discussion, and to the extent that there was additional cross outside the scope of direct, then it would be appropriate for leading on your redirect, Ms. Blake, on those topics. So I'll after reconsideration overrule that objection because it was a topic essentially brought up anew in cross, so I will allow some leading, Ms. Blake. So go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would it be fair to say that some people may have a glow about them?
Yes.
And is that a little bit different than the light and dark that Chad and Lori taught?
I think so.
You were asked about your communication with the prosecutors.
Yes,
And you acknowledge you had communication with the prosecutors.
that's right.
Did anything about that communication alter your memory of the events?
I'm not sure what you're saying.
Sorry, did it change what you recall from the events with Chad and Lori, your communication with the prosecutors?
Well, no.
Did you ever personally observe Lori and Chad on the phone together?
Yes,
And were you with Lori when those conversations would happen?
yes.
Were you ever able to overhear some of the conversations?
Just a little bit.
After Lori would get off the phone with Chad, would she ever tell you what they talked about?
Yes,
And when she'd tell you what they talked about, would she share with you things Chad taught or told her?
yes.
And you were asked about in these, whether or not Chad had ever indicated to you that he intended to physically harm Tammy. And I think you said he'd never indicated that.
That's right.
And you also said he never indicated a specific intention to harm Lori's kids. Is that correct?
Yes.
Who was it that would label someone dark or a zombie again?
Chad.
And even, and once someone was labeled a zombie or dark, what was going to happen to their body? As Chad and Lori taught it.
If they could cast the evil spirit out, the body would naturally die.
So if someone was dark or a zombie, they were going to die.
Yes. Well, maybe. I mean, not everybody. They knew.
But that was the teaching. If the casting was successful, the body would die.
Right, right.
And JJ was labeled dark or a zombie.
Yes,
Tammy was labeled dark or a zombie.
yes,
Charles was labeled dark or a zombie.
yes,
And Tylee was labeled dark or a zombie.
yes.
You were asked about that phone call, the recording from December 8th of 2019.
Yes,
And to be clear, did law enforcement ask you to record that?
never.
Do you recall hearing Chad on there telling you that you may be in danger?
Yes,
As Lori talked, did Chad ever jump in and correct her? That you recall?
Say that again.
Did Chad ever jump in to correct Lori when you were on that call?
I don't recall that.
And Chad was there with her for the call. We could hear him, correct?
Correct.
And Lori tells you JJ's okay.
Correct.
You were also asked about when Chad called you around Thanksgiving. Do you
Yes.
recall that call in 2019?
Yes.
Do you recall what Chad told you or asked you to do at that time?
He asked me not to pick up the phone when the police would call.
Do you recall asking him if JJ was with Kay?
Yes.
And what was Chad's response?
No. The answer was no.
So Chad knew he wasn't with Kay.
Yes.
When that phone call was placed to you by Chad, did you know JJ was missing at that time?
Um, I guess no, I didn't.
So when Chad first tells you not to talk to the police, you actually don't know JJ's been reported as missing.
Correct. Yeah.
I have no further questions.
Judge, I have just a couple of items on recross.
Okay, that's fine, Mr. Pryor. I'll ask some recross.
And Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Hey, Lisa. I'm sorry, QB. That makes me sad. Oh, Lee, no, I haven't played that part yet. Yesterday, towards the end, I'll play that during one of the breaks. Yeah, we'll play that during one of the breaks. I need to go find it and get it queued up. Because it was so good. It looks like they're about done with her. I wonder who the next witness is going to be. Ooh. Today may be a really good day as far as witnesses go. So I am eager to see who's next. Eager to see who's next.
All right, Mr. Pryor, we discussed the scope of recross. Please keep it on those topics and you can continue.
Yep.
With the microphone, Mr. Pryor, please.
Judge. Ms. Gibb, you talked about the fact that you participated in castings, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And as part of your participation in castings, you knew the intent of what a casting was used for was to rid the body of evil spirits, correct?
Correct.
But then you just testified with the prosecuting attorney that you also knew that at successful completion of the casting, the human body would die. So you knew that when you were doing this castings, that apparently you were ending the life of a human body. Isn't that correct?
I had no idea what really the result would be.
Oh,
That was
okay.
the theory.
Okay. But you just said that the purpose of castings was when the prosecutor asked you about that it would end the life of a human body, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the testimony, misstates the prior question from the state.
Sustain.
I'm done, Judge.
All right, that concludes the recross then. That will conclude the testimony of Ms. Gibb. I believe she's under subpoena from the defense also, but I don't know that there's nothing covered that where I allowed the extended scope of cross. Do you intend to recall her, Mr. Price?
Judge, I want to keep her under subpoena at this point because if other issues come up and I need Ms. Gibb to come back, I spoke with the prosecutor about how I can communicate with Ms. Gibb if that need arises. But at this point, I want to keep her under subpoena. I would ask the court to do an admonishment about not allowing her to view anything or talk to anybody about the case. But at this point, the final decision has not been made. And I explained that to the prosecutor, but in the event something comes up that I need to revisit that, I need to have that opportunity.
Very well. Ms. Gibb, that concludes your testimony for now. You may be recalled because you may be recalled and are under subpoena from the defense. I'll request and admonish you, not request, but you're admonished not to watch further trial proceedings that may be available on the live stream or to follow the case in any way until such time as you're released from the subpoena. Okay. All right.
Judge, could I also inquire that Ms. Gibb be advised about discussing her testimony or testimony with anybody else?
That's part of the admonishment. So
You, Judge.
that will conclude the testimony of Ms. Gibb. We're going to take a mid-morning recess and discuss scheduling as well as take up one issue outside the presence of the jurors. So at this time, we will break for our mid-morning recess and rise for the jurors, and I'll have counsel stay while we address that issue.
All rise.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. You can go ahead and sit down. All right, Ms. Blake, I understand the state was interested in putting an objection on the record relating to the manner in which recross is being permitted.
Yes, Your Honor. We had asked to approach in a sidebar about that. At this juncture, Mr. Pryor has been allowed to do a recross on almost every one of the state's witnesses, and I think it's extending beyond any new matters that may come up. So we're just objecting to the generality of him getting to recross and would request that it be limited to only if a new issue arises so that we don't end up in a situation where then the state asks to do another redirect and go down that.
And if I could respond, Judge May.
You may.
And quite frankly, Judge, it's not the prosecutor's prerogative, or is it their decision to decide when I get a recross? That's the judge's decision to make. So I don't know where Ms. Gibbs thinks she has the authority or the ability to say when.
Ms. Blake.
Miss Blake is what I said, Judge, I think. I did say Miss Blake, did I not?
Said Ms. Gibbs.
Miss Gibbs. I apologize.
Go ahead.
Miss Blake has the ability to dictate when this court makes its own independent decision when I'm permitted to have recross.
All right. Well, evidentiary rulings and the way witnesses are examined are subject to rules as well as the court's discretion. Certainly the state can lodge an objection, and I'll pay attention to that. There is limitations on what is supposed to be allowed in the scope of redirect or recross. Part of the reason the court has been pretty liberal in allowing that is sort of I understood, standing agreement between the parties that with certain witnesses, instead of calling them twice, once in the defense or in the state's case, again in the defense case, for efficiency purposes, getting him on the stand once. I permitted extensive, on some witnesses, scope of cross beyond direct. If we are not going outside the scope as part of that agreement, then I would agree that it's not proper to allow recross every time. So I'll just watch for the topics that come up. And if we extend on cross beyond the scope and that's allowed, then that's where I think there's a second opportunity. So both sides essentially get a right to direct and cross a witness. So I'll just take that under advisement for future rulings. Any questions on that ruling, Ms. Blake?
Thank you, Your Honor. And the state does recognize it's clearly within the court's discretion. If we do have concerns in the future about a request for recross, would the court just like us to approach and then discuss that?
I just don't think those are prejudicial for the jurors, and approaching slows things down. So just
So
go
just
ahead
make
and
the objection?
just make an objection. I think unless it's related to some specific topic that may prejudice the jurors, let's just move it along with.
And the state does agree that recross may absolutely be appropriate. It just seems that it is at times just rehashing the same stuff.
Very well.
you.
It'll be under advisement for future rulings. We'll take our rest of our recess at this time. And I do want to just briefly discuss the remaining schedule for today with council right now on a sidebar, and then we'll take our break.
All rise.
Witness the lies,
I didn't lie to you on that polygraph, I promise.
the cover-ups,
I could see his.
I literally stopped it right at the second where, Alex Murdaugh, you did it again, man. Stop it. Hold on a minute. Why did this go all the way back to the beginning? We were on a break. Okay. So I'm just going to pause the live here for a minute. Hey, Lisa Woods, it's good to see you. It's been a little while. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. So yesterday we had, while we're on a break, yesterday we had, at the end of the day, on day 6 of Chad Daybell's trial, we have, okay, I found it. There was this hearing that they had regarding these two. This lawyer had apparently made a motion to continue the trial, and he was saying that he was the defense for Chad Daybell, or on the defense team, or whatever. And he comes in and he wants to continue delay the trial, basically. And they have a big, massive argument with the judge. So this was good. This was so good. Ooh, fiance. Who's engaged, Lisa? You're engaged? Oh, I see. Have you heard Paul Ferguson has a fiance now? No. Wow. That's crazy. Paul Ferguson. Wow. You never know about people, right? What is it with people getting in these relationships when they get put in prison? I don't understand that. Was he trying to be like the next Gypsy Rose or what? Anyway, oh, the lady has a child. Oh, okay. Crazy. All right, so we're going to watch this for the break. And I have to take a potty break too. So we're going to play this and let you guys watch this. Lee, are you still here? Are you here, Lee? Because I specifically was eager for Lee to watch this. Okay, Lee's here. Good deal. All right, let's start this, and then we will resume once the break is over. But yeah, let's watch this. This is a little bit of time, but it's okay. We'll be able to speed through and catch back up on real time here momentarily, but we got to watch this again. QB, what? What, QB? She says, ma'am, what? What? What, QB? Yeah, no. Paul was found guilty of starving his disabled brother. Yes, he was. Oh, I thought you were mamming me. You're mamming the chick that's in a relationship with Paul Ferguson? Is that who you're mamming? All right, I'm going to hit play on this so you guys can get a kick out of how the judge loses his mind.
Daybell. Mr. Daybell is here present, represented by his attorney, Mr. Pryor. The state's here present, not currently seated at the prosecutor's table. Seated there is attorney Terry S. Ratliff, along with another attorney, Mr. Bartlett, who represents Mr. Ratliff. The court is taking up today an order to show cause hearing, and I'm going to briefly discuss the procedural history that brings us to this at this time. I'll note that this was a motion that was filed by Mr. Ratliff, who is a bar licensed attorney through the state of Idaho, and filed a pleading purporting to be the attorney for the defendant in this case. And the pleading was filed on March 29th at 11:42 p.m., so shortly before midnight on a Friday. And I do want to discuss briefly the timing of the filing. The court was conducting jury questionnaires and preparing for jury voir dire in this case, which of course is a capital murder case, an incredibly serious case where the court counsel has spent a tremendous amount of time preparing for and getting ready for trial where we are now. The court was not made aware of the filing because it was not entered in the case until Sunday morning on March 29th. That would have been on March 31st. That was Easter Sunday before we were going to start with our voir dire the following Monday. On Easter Sunday, my staff attorney, who had an opportunity finally to travel home and spend Easter with her family after a very long week, was interrupted out of her church services and contacted the court that we had an emergency happening in our case that was going. And the emergency was, we had a motion to continue the trial. And I wasn't sure who was asking to have the trial continued, why the trial would be continued. but this created a tremendous amount of quick response required by the court, by staff, by clerks, by the prosecutors, by the defense, all occurring again on one of the few days we had a break as we were grinding through jury selection on Easter Sunday. The pleading the court received is entitled Motion to Intervene and to Continue the Trial in These Proceedings, filed by Mr. Ratliff on his official office pleading letterhead, signed by Mr. Ratliff as the attorney for the defendant, both on the signature line and on the caption. I'll note the pleading incorrectly spells the word motion. It incorrectly spells the word continue. It incorrectly spells the word proceedings in its caption. And when I reviewed this, I'm going to tell you, Mr. Ratliff, I was angry then, and I think I'm angrier now about what you did. However, in light of allowing you some due process, I looked through a correct way to handle this, and I considered Rule 11. I'll note you've retained an attorney, Mr. Bartlett, and I have reviewed a lengthy response brief along with declarations submitted on your behalf. And procedurally, where we are, first of all, the order to show cause for me is for you to explain, Mr. Ratliff, to personally explain to me how your pleading complies with Rule 11 of the Rules of Civil Procedure. Typically, when someone shows up with an attorney, their attorney gets to argue for them. However, under certain circumstances, I don't know that the right to counsel attaches, and in particular, under a Rule 11 request, I don't believe it does. I'll note the Rule 11 is a rule of civil procedure, which typically would not apply in a criminal filing. However, there are rules under the criminal rules that states we do follow civil rules when there's no corresponding rule. And in particular, criminal rules 47 and 49 indicate that filings of motions in criminal cases are to be filed in the same way and manner, and using the word manner, in which pleadings have to be filed in civil cases. Rule 11 governs licensed attorneys and the representations they make. There's been some indication of your counsel that perhaps Rule 11 doesn't apply. I believe Rule 11 does apply. I don't believe lawyers can file whatever they want in a criminal case without being subject to the representations under Rule 11, where they certify certain things and making those filings as officers of the court. To argue otherwise would say any lawyer could file anything they want in a criminal case and not be subject to any kind of sanction under Rule 11. And I believe Rule 11 permits exactly that, for me to consider it. Rule 11 under Part C3 allows the court to conduct an inquiry on its own initiative. And the court has done this, not at the request of the parties, but at my own request, because I do have questions for Mr. Ratliff. And I'll note procedurally, while I appreciate the time and research Mr. Bartlett has put into the case, we don't have a party in this case appearing before me. Mr. Ratliff, you are not the defendant. You are not the state. You are not a prosecutor. You are not the defense attorney. You are an attorney with a license that filed something asking me to stop this trial when I don't think you had any legal standing to do that. And I'm going to give you personally an opportunity to make any explanation you want as to some of my questions. I am not going to turn this into an adjunct litigation under the auspices of this capital murder case, because quite frankly, you don't represent the defendant here. You don't represent the state. You're not a party. And I'm not going to let this devolve into a whole separate procedural mess in this case and create a record of some side issue that has nothing to do with the charges the state is currently putting evidence on for. So now that I've had my say about how we got here and why we are here, Mr. Ratliff, I have questions for you under Rule 11. And if you'd like to answer those questions personally, I will ask you some questions. If you don't want to answer those questions under the advice of counsel, I'll understand that as well. And I don't know that I even need any input from the parties. So, Mr. Ratliff, are you going to answer the court's questions as it relates to Rule 11? Okay.
Otherwise, I think really it's in the process, people are looking to go through this. I think the process will be valid. So the rules regarding consent.
I'm not in contempt. I'm not in contempt, Mr. Bartlett. Well,
It didn't indicate what the basis was, whether it should cost scale. Was he showing cause that we ought to be allowed to do? Was he showing cause whether it might be complied with Rule 11? Was he showing, we didn't know. We only learned late on the 16th that I was told that it got Rule 11 on the court.
oh, was that inconvenient for you? Was that, I'm asking you a direct question. Was that inconvenient for you?
It was only that I didn't have the amount of notes necessary. It's not that. Very sorry. I'm very sorry for the inconvenience of no trees.
Mr. Bartlett, hold on. I indicated I wasn't going to have you argue this motion. I allowed you to start making it, and you are doing precisely that. I've thought this through. I'm in Rule 11 here. I'm in a rule that governs lawyers and their pleadings. When lawyers sign off on pleadings, lawyers are responsible for their pleadings. Lawyers, unless they're facing a sanction of jail under contempt, do not necessarily have the opportunity to have counsel represent them on a Rule 11. If you file a frivolous civil complaint and a judge says, I'm going to award fees because it was frivolous, you don't get to have another lawyer from another firm jump in between you and the judge and the complaint you filed, because you have the responsibility as a licensed attorney to put your name on pleadings and stand behind your signature under those rules, under Rule 11 and what you certify, and you answer those. In my opinion, and I'm the judge here, this is how you address Rule 11. So with all due respect, Mr. Bartlett, I appreciate you attempting to and wanting to represent your client. Again, you can do that. You've talked to him before. You can talk to him after. But the questions I have on Rule 11 relate directly to a pleading that Mr. Ratliff filed as licensed attorney in this case, and I have a right to ask him about his pleading that he filed. And so if you want to take a moment to consult with him, you can do that, but I'm not going to have you argue the merits of this. That will be up to you or Mr. Ratliff.
Best that I have an opportunity to speak with him. So thank you so much for that.
Okay, I'll take the time you need. I don't want to spend much more time this afternoon. We're in the middle of this trial. We've had evidence today. We're going to have evidence tomorrow. Make it quick and then let me know what your client wants to do.
Yes, Your Honor. Hold on.
Guy Daybell. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right.
Hold on. Hold on. There it comes. There we go. Here we go.
Thank
I'm having
you.
a hard
Please be
time finding
seated.
the right spot.
All right, Mr. Ratliff, I have some questions about your pleading. Are you willing to answer those?
Sure am.
All right. The pleading I'm looking at, it's not been entered in the case yet, and the pleading give me just a second. All right, you did in fact file this electronically in CR. Well, that's wrong to the case number, but this is case CR 22-21-16-23, the state of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, I'll note the case number is wrong as well. You got it CR 12-21. The first part I want to know under Rule 11, which requires you to make representations to the court, you hold yourself out as entitle yourself attorney for the defendant. Why do you say that?
Judge, as you know, this is a template form, and I simply forgot to take that off of there. That was Scrivener's error on my behalf.
Okay, Scrivener's error. On the,
If you notice in the body of the motion, Judge, I say without permission of the defendant or his trial counsel.
all right, let's look at your signature on page 3. You signed Terry S. Ratliff of the firm attorney for the defendant on page 3, don't you?
Again, because it was in my template.
All right, on page 2, again, a signature, Terry S. Ratliff of the firm attorney for the defendant, correct?
I don't have a page 3, Judge. I just have a page 1 or 2.
Bottom of the certificate of service is one signature, another at the bottom of the contents of the pleading.
If it's there, Judge, it's there because it's a template form and I didn't strike it.
Okay, so 3 times you called yourself the attorney for the defendant. So who are you the attorney for?
Me,
So Terry S. Ratliff, attorney for Terry S. Ratliff in this case.
I should have signed citizen.
Citizen?
Yes.
Why are you
wait.
referencing your bar number if you're just citizen?
Again, it's the form, Judge. It's a reference to the form. I'm not Mr. Daybell's attorney, never was.
You put this on a pleading. If you look at the top left, you've got your name, your Idaho State bar number, your Ratliff Law offices, and attorney for defendant. You're telling me you mistakenly just wanted to file something as a citizen and not as a lawyer?
I was looking for immediate relief because of the concerns I had about the case, Your Honor.
And why were you doing that on a Friday night at almost midnight? What, you've known about this case for a long time, according to your own content here, right?
That's correct.
So why are you doing it then?
Because I thought I needed to do something to slow it down.
Trial scheduled for how many years? And you wanted to slow it down the day before trial started?
I'd also gotten calls from Mr. Pryor, Judge, for help.
That might be fine, but did he ever retain you on the case, or did you ever enter an appearance for the defendant?
I did not.
All right, and you do state in here you're filing this pleading without the permission of the defendant or his counsel, correct?
That's correct.
You also state in here and call yourself an intervener. What basis do you have to intervene?
Based on my,
On the brief, yeah.
it's set out in our brief, Judge, as to the basis for why I wanted to intervene. In the motion, I quote you the relief I wanted. I give you the grounds on page 1 as to why I wanted that relief and why I thought it was necessary.
Okay, and you're going to intervene now, not as Terry Ratliff lawyer, Terry Ratliff citizen at large?
I think it's semantics, Your Honor.
Oh, boy, let me stop you there. It's absolutely not. A bar licensed attorney filing something with their bar number to the court is completely different than a citizen. That is not semantics. This is what brings you within the auspices of Rule 11.
I understand. I said perhaps I should have signed it as a citizen, but I didn't.
All right. In your intent to intervene, whether it's as a citizen or an attorney, let me read you a couple of case quotes. Quote, the Idaho rules of criminal procedure do not provide a process for intervention. The inability of non-parties to intervene in a criminal case recognizes that the considerations underlying intervention in civil cases are not applicable to criminal proceedings. That's People versus Ham, and that's State versus Johnson, 167 Idaho 454. And we've also got another Idaho case citing, quote, petitioners are correct that Idaho's rules of criminal procedure do not provide a specific mechanism for third parties to intervene in a criminal case. So again, I think there's settled case law that prohibits intervention in a criminal case. And I'd like to know what authority you have that says you have a right to intervene either as an attorney or a citizen in this case.
As outlined in our brief, Judge, sorry about that. As outlined in our brief, we have given the court several cases where the Idaho appellate courts have allowed people to intervene in cases in a criminal matter, even though they're not parties. That's my basis.
So you intervene, and then we've got two parties here. We've got the state, we've got Chad Daybell, and you're going to float around and be what if you intervene in this case? What are you going to be?
I'm not going to be floating around this case, Judge, because you haven't granted my motion.
Well, assuming you got to intervene, you assumed in your motion you did intervene because you called yourself the intervener once you got going in your motion. What were you going to be at that point?
I was hoping to have a hearing in front of you before the trial started.
Okay. And you said you were going to be the lawyer for the defendant or already were the lawyer for the defendant, is that?
Not. I explained to you just a few minutes ago that that was a mistake.
Explain to me all of the misspellings and typographical errors in your late night filing.
I was nervous and it was late at night. I didn't take this lightly.
You didn't take it lightly, but you used the wrong form. You misrepresented if you were an attorney or a citizen, and you signed 3 times as attorney for defendant. And that's your explanation?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Ratliff, I find based on your responses, you have violated Idaho's Rule 11 under the Rules of Civil Procedure, which I find are incorporated through Idaho Criminal Rule 47 and 49. The court would note that in the rules under C1, it's mandatory. It says the court must impose an appropriate sanction on an attorney, law firm, or party that violated the rule. And similar to what would happen in a civil case with a frivolous type filing, which this was, this cost time, this cost effort, this cost real loss for the attorneys, for the court. I'm going to instruct counsel for both the state and the defense if they could itemize the time they have spent both in today's hearing, in preparing for the hearing, as well as in dealing with this pleading from the time it was filed on Friday night, the 29th, whatever time you've put into that. I'm going to direct Mr. Ratliff that you pay reasonable attorney fees incurred for the time Mr. Pryor spent at his typical hourly rate for the state's attorneys and whatever rate they are entitled to charge as public prosecutors. And the court will likewise itemize some billing time incurred in this. And the sanction the court's going to order is the payment of those attorney fees. The court will provide time for counsel to submit those. I'll review those for reasonableness before I make an order, and pursuant to the rule, which requires a written order under Rule C6 of Rule 11, The court will describe in that order the conduct and the basis for the sanction, and you're going to pay for those fees. Do you understand that, Mr. Ratliff?
That's fine, Judge.
Very well. That'll
Your Honor, if I may, I'm going to request findings of fact and conclusions of law. As this court is aware, we submitted briefing that addressed many of the issues you addressed to Mr. Ratliff in great detail, giving multiple basis for his right to intervene. The judge, you have not addressed those arguments, and so I'm going to ask for findings of fact and conclusions of law.
All right. Well, Mr. Bartliff, you can ask. I'm not inclined to do that because, again, I've got a lawyer in front of me that submitted a pleading, and the lawyer is responsible for the pleading. I'm not necessarily allowing any further input on behalf of counsel for the lawyer that filed the pleading. I don't think it's proper because I'm not imposing any kind of jail time or sanction similar to Rule 75 of the civil rules, which would implicate on a contempt proceeding the right to counsel. So I'm going to stand by my ruling that I made and ask the attorneys to submit those. That concludes the matter for this afternoon.
Judge, if I may. Judge, I am
not. I'm done. I'm done with this issue, and I'm done wasting time on this issue in the middle of a capital case. We're done. We're in recess, period.
Judge Boyce said, good day. I said, good day. No more speaking. It was, I don't know, our jaws were on the floor last night when this was going on. And yeah, it was really good. Yeah, I know, QB. He keeps calling him Bartliff. It's Ratliff and Bartlett. And Judge Boyce keeps calling him Bartliff. And I think it's funny because, you know, Ratliff kept misspelling all the important words. And yeah. Margaret said, like from Willy Wonka, you lose, you get nothing. Good day, sir. Weren't those the guys who used to sell wine coolers in the 80s? All right, so QB sent me, let me go find it. So after court was over, East Idaho News camera caught those two attorneys leaving the courthouse. So hold on, let me find it and I'll show it to you. And they left out of there wagging their tail, like with their tails between their legs, man. It was pretty funny. Hold on a second. Ah! Oh, let me find it. Judge Boyce does got jokes. Bartles and James. Okay, present, share screen. This would be it. Okay. All right, let's watch this. This is so funny. They don't say a word. I think they say goodbye to each other, but they don't speak to the camera at all. Watch. Yeah, we are watching Dumb and Dumber, Morgana. The walk of shame, right, Lisa Woods? Good day, sir. I said good day. I love that 70s show. All right. So, okay. Now let's go back to the main. Yeah, Kayleen was like floored. She was flabbergasted. Yeah, QB, what did they end up giving her? I saw they were doing her sentencing today. Let me see. Let me see. Mm. Oh, they are back already. Wow, look at you guys. All right, hit play. "22 years.
All right, let's go ahead and have the jurors return, please.
That woman only got 22 years? Is that what you're saying? QB? Oh my God. She said, yep. What were her charges? What did she get found? I mean, what were her charges? Me too, Lisa. Mm-mm-mm. How'd she only get 22 years? I don't understand it.
Present and accountable.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, we're back from the mid-morning break. We're going to go ahead and continue with evidence this morning on the state's case in chief. I believe there's another witness the state's prepared to call. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor. The state will call Doug Hart.
Very well. You can call your witness.
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
I do. you're sitting close enough and speak directly into the mic, please. Okay, you got fresh water and.
All right, Mr. Hart, do you go by agent or officer or some other title you prefer?
Agent Hart is fine. It's former, but whatever works.
Okay, well, we'll just call you Agent Hart then. Before we get started with your testimony, now that you've been placed under oath, I just want to ask you, because the proceedings are being live streamed and available for public access, have you reviewed or watched or observed any of the trial testimony in this case since it began?
No, I have not, Your Honor.
All right, and have you discussed with anyone else their testimony that has testified in the case?
No, I have not.
Okay, thank you for that affirmation. Ms. Blake, you can inquire on direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please spell your name for the record?
Douglas Hart, H-A-R-T.
Where are you currently employed?
I am currently the Chief Deputy at the Canyon County Sheriff's Office
How long have you been employed with them?
since September of 2022.
What did you do prior to taking that position?
Prior to that position, I was a special agent for the Federal Bureau of Investigation for approximately 27 years.
Did you hold various assignments or have specific roles you played within the special agent?
Yes, I did.
And what were some of those?
My first assignment was to the Honolulu, Hawaii field office, where I spent 5.5 years on the organized crime drug squad, conducting complex multi-subject investigations. My second assignment was to the Lewiston, Idaho resident agency, where I spent 7 years working primarily violent crime and persons crimes on the Nez Perce Indian Reservation. My third assignment was to be the supervisor of the Treasure Valley Metro Violent Crime Task Force, which is a local task force headed by the FBI to investigate gangs and violent crimes. And my final assignment, my last 7 years in the FBI, I was the supervisor for the southern 34 counties in Idaho for all criminal programs. And it was in that capacity that I became involved in this investigation.
And you just mentioned becoming involved in this investigation. Can you tell me a little bit about how the FBI ended up involved in this case?
Certainly. This case was brought to our attention in November, towards the end of November of 2019. And because it involved 2 missing children, that is something that the FBI has a specific expertise in. And it's something that we work very closely and cooperatively with our state and city and county partners in investigations involving missing children.
And when you became involved, or when the FBI became involved, is it fair to say that it became a joint investigation?
Yes.
Do you recall which agencies were involved?
Yes. We were initially contacted by the Rexburg Police Department and the Fremont County Sheriff's Department, or Sheriff's Office, excuse me. And then subsequently, for a brief period of time, the State of Idaho Attorney General's Office, and I think and Social Security and a few other entities had smaller parts of the investigation that they worked on.
And as part of your involvement in this investigation, did you take on specific tasks?
I did.
What were some of those?
First and foremost, I was the FBI supervisor in this case, which meant that I was the reviewer and approver of most of the FBI work product that went into our case file. And then I also had an investigative role due to our minimal staffing in eastern Idaho and some transfers that had taken place, which further diminished our staffing. I carried several investigative assignments within this case.
Do you recall, as part of your assignments in this case, looking into some iCloud accounts?
Yes, I did.
Do you know who those iCloud accounts were associated with?
Yes, they were associated with Lori Vallow.
And do you recall the names on those accounts?
Yes, there were two accounts. The first account was called Lori 4 Style with the number 4. And the second account was called Lolly Time.
And when you looked at these iCloud accounts, could you tell how long they'd been in existence?
Yes.
And what did you learn regarding that?
So the first account, Lori for Style, was the oldest account. It was the bulk of that account started in 2016, but there were some materials that were present there as early as 2011, 2012. And then Lolly Time was more recent. It essentially started July 1st of 2019.
And when you were reviewing these, could you tell if some messages had been deleted? What exactly were you able to see in relation to any messages or the content there?
So the content on both iCloud accounts is extremely voluminous. We utilized a software system called Cellbrite, which doesn't change any of the data within the iCloud, but organizes it in a way that makes it reviewable. For instance, there will be a section for SMS or text messages, a section for videos and photographs and contacts and Bluetooth and on and on and on. And so this software just takes the mirrored image of the iCloud account and organizes it into its component parts. And so I reviewed all of those component parts for both of the iCloud accounts.
And you mentioned that both of these accounts had voluminous information on them.
Yes.
And in preparation for your testimony today, did you create a summary exhibit?
I did.
And does the summary exhibit contain some content from Lolly Time?
The summary exhibit for today is almost exclusively from Lolly Time, with the exception of one slide, which is from Lori for Style.
And do you believe that this would assist and aid you in your testimony today?
Yes, it would.
Do you believe it would aid the jurors in understanding the evidence?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 183. I have provided a copy to counsel. I have a copy for the court, as well as a courtesy copy for Your Honor. As some of the other exhibits for the state, this will actually be, the actual exhibit will be a jump drive containing the PowerPoint, but we have the slides printed off for courtesy.
Okay.
And if I can have the witness shown a copy?
Yes. Could you turn your microphone on, please, Mr. Pryor?
Begin with a note. Judge, my only objection is I would like the officer, it was agent, I'm sorry, officer, deputy, that's acceptable, to just make note of the range that this summary encompasses, if we could, date, ending date, beginning date.
Certainly,
This is just part of the admissibility here. Ms. Blake, the witness is being handed that. It sounds like provisionally there's no objection, but if we could identify, and it'll be helpful for the record too, just the date that this encompasses. Date range.
Yes. Agent, are you able to tell us the date range that this would cover?
This exhibit covers a date range of January 2019 through, I believe it is August of 2019.
And is there a reason that is what the time frame within this exhibit?
Yes, the pertinent portions of the iCloud for today's testimony exist within that specific time frame.
And through the investigation, did you learn when Chad and Lori first met?
Yes,
What did you learn in relation to that?
they met on October 26th, 2018.
And so this exhibit would begin several months after their first meeting?
Yes, it does. There are communications that reference the time frame of their meeting in 2018, but those communications are dated July of 2019.
And through the investigation, did you learn the last known day that Tylee Ryan was seen?
Yes.
And what was that day?
The last known date that Tylee Ryan was seen was September 8th of 2019.
Did you learn the last day JJ Vallow was seen?
Yes, the last day that JJ Vallow was seen was September 22nd of 2019.
And did you also learn the day that Tammy Daybell was declared dead?
Yes, Tammy Daybell was declared dead on October 19th of 2019.
And through the investigation, did you learn when Chad and Lori got married?
Yes, they were married in Hawaii on November 5th of 2019.
And when you became involved in the investigation initially, JJ and Tylee were still missing, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, it's my understanding then the exhibit would be stipulated to?
All right, with those dates determined, Mr. Pryor, any objection?
Judge, it's not stipulated to, but there is no objection to the exhibit.
Okay, well then, without objection, States Exhibit 183 is admitted. The court noting the actual exhibit will be the PowerPoint presentation file on a digital drive. The court has a courtesy copy as well as counsel, and the witness is referring to printed versions that are derived from that PowerPoint presentation.
And Your Honor, I guess just to ensure the record is clear as well, the iCloud accounts have been stipulated to that this content's pulled from.
Okay, and I will note that as well. Thank you.
And that is correct, Judge. These have been stipulated as part of the record.
Okay.
And Your Honor, with that, the state would ask permission to publish.
Yes, you may publish.
Agent Hart, when you created this exhibit, did you pull over the content from these iCloud accounts?
I did.
So do some of these contain potential spelling errors, things of that nature?
Yes. Most of what we'll see today are text messages. And so the Cellbrite software arranges them in a reverse chronological order and assigns each text message a line number. Associated with that is a date and a time for the text, and then who it was to or from, and then the actual content of the text. And so I cut and pasted the content of the text exactly as it appears in the iCloud account.
Thank you. And with that, would you go ahead and read these messages into the record?
Yes. This sheet is from the SMS section of Lori for Style at iCloud.com. Line number 2585, January 23rd, 2019, 5:18 p.m. Text from Lori Vallow to Audrey Baratario. Hi, Audrey. This is Lori. I would love to talk to you sometime. Text me or call me. I'm excited to be able to talk to you about what we both know. Line number 2584.
Judge, could we approach?
Yes.
You guys know that, hold on a second. I had a piece of hard candy in my mouth, and I did not want to try to talk with that in my mouth. But you guys know that part in Hocus Pocus where I can't remember which one it is. Is it Winifred that says amuck, amuck, amuck? Or no, it was the one that's Jessica Parker. I forget what her name is in the movie. Sarah Jessica Parker. But whenever he says "may we approach," I want to start saying approach, 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 approach. Like amuck, amuck, amuck. Approach, approach, approach. I'm reorganizing my office, my desk space. I've been listening and cleaning off my desk. Because it got super massively piled up on me. So I haven't been seeing the chat. Not been seeing the chat. Lisa Woods, good question. She says, does anyone think Daybell will get the death sentence? Ooh. QB says not based on Pryor's performance at this point. He's doing a really good job. Pryor is at separating Chad from Lori. Like, for instance, in some the phone call with Melanie Gibb. Oh, let me pause it real quick. The phone call with Melanie Gibb when she was on the stand yesterday when they played that phone call that Melanie had with Chad and Lori when she was asking about where was JJ. Pryor did a really good job at saying on the cross exam, he said, you didn't say, or Lori didn't say, we did this or we did that or we feel this way. Lori said, I feel this way. I make sure that my kids are this taken care of. I do this, blah, blah, blah. And so, and it was true. She did. And Melanie was like, yes, she said I. She didn't say we. And so he did a really good job, I feel like, at separating the two and making it look to the jury as though, you know, Lori was doing things on her own accord, not, you know, that Chad was just kind of pulled along for the ride. Oh, Shirley, if you're still listening, take care, honey. Sending thoughts for your friend, babe. Sarah Sanderson, is that it? Okay. I know Winifred, but I always forget the other two's names. Sarah and the one with the crooked mouth. I forget her name too, but I think the one with the crooked mouth is my favorite. 24 days till Delphi. Whoa. That's literally I mean 24 days, you guys. It's so close. And the judge still has time to change her mind and let mediate in the courtroom. Hopefully she will change her mind. All right, let's continue.
All right, Ms. Blake, if you'd like to continue with direct, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Agent Hart, if you could go ahead and continue reading those into the record.
Yes. Line number 2584, January.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point on the basis that this is cumulative. There's a record that's already been established with the exhibit. And to just require the officer to read the remainder is cumulative in my opinion.
All right, response from the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state's position is it is not cumulative. While the state recognizes it is an exhibit, it's also a summary exhibit that we heard testimony from the agent that this would aid in his testimony today, that he believes it would aid the jurors in understanding. While it is what's on the screen, so long as it's read as to what's appearing on the screen, the state's position is in no way is this cumulative evidence. So we would ask that the judge overrule that objection and allow us to move forward with testimony.
And Judge, briefly in response is that the exhibit is what it is, and it's clear for the jury to look at that and read that. It doesn't necessitate the prosecutor to go line by line over a massive exhibit.
I am going to sustain the objection in that I would find it be somewhat, well, it is cumulative to have a written version of all of the messages and then to simply have a witness read through all of the written messages when they're already being published and the jurors are all capable of reading them as well. I'll sustain that in that I just don't want to have the entire thing read into the record. I don't know that that's necessary, but if you want to have any time or assurance to make sure the jurors have read the messages and direct the witness to any of the specific messages that are contained in there, certainly you can go there, Ms. Blake, but just the wholesale reading of all the messages, I do find the objection is sustained.
Agent Hart, when we look at these messages, looking at the first one there, it appears to be a message from Lori sent to Audrey.
That's correct.
Can you tell us who, if you learned through the investigation, who Audrey Baratario is?
Audrey Baratario was a friend and associate of Chad Daybell.
And did you learn through the investigation how she came to be in contact with Lori?
Chad Daybell introduced her to Lori Vallow.
And when we look at that first message, is there something about that that initially caught your attention?
Yes, it's the line where Lori indicates to Audrey that she's excited to be able to talk about what we both know.
And then did you look at that in conjunction with the response from Audrey to Lori?
Yes, Audrey indicates that or states that she guesses Lori has talked to Chad. And so it's clear from this particular text string that there's a reference by Lori Vallow to Audrey Baratario about what Lori, Audrey, and Chad Daybell know.
And Your Honor, may I ask that the witness be handed a laser pointer if we have one available?
Yes, I do think we have one.
Thank you. And Agent Hart, if at any point that's helpful.
Okay.
That. And then was there some significance to these other messages in relation to those first messages?
Yes, mainly in the fourth line where it says by Lori to Audrey that she thinks it's fun to talk to someone who knows what's really going on. Again, a reference to something between the three of them.
And again, this was in January of 2019.
Correct.
If we move to the next slide, I'm going to pause to give the jurors a chance to look through that.
Yes.
And Agent Hart, when we look at these messages, we have the name Melanie Boudreau. Did you learn through the investigation who she is?
Yes, she is Lori Vallow's niece.
And there's a reference in that first email to someone named Brandon. Do you know who Brandon is?
Yes, these are text messages. not emails, but Brandon is Melanie's husband or soon to be ex-husband. They were in the process of separating and getting a divorce.
And there's also the name Al. Do you know who Al would be referencing?
Only by the content of the text. I have never met or spoken with Allie Bloomer or her husband.
And what caught your attention about these particular messages?
These messages and then the next two slides are a continuation of this text string, demonstrate several significant things that are relevant to this investigation.
And in that, in the very last message, it appears to be a message from Chad to Lori.
Correct.
And what did that appear to be an indication Chad was going to do?
So during the investigation.
Objection, Judge, that was going to call for speculation.
Overruled.
During the investigation, we came to know that Chad Daybell purported to have the ability to assign an individual as being either dark or light, and he would give them a score. And Lori Vallow and others would seek Chad's visions as it related to assigning people as being either dark or light. And so this is one of the first references we see in the iCloud account where Lori Vallow is seeking from Chad Daybell, or Chad Daybell rather, offers that he will check Allie Bloomer and her husband, meaning he will see what their scores are.
And then looking at that first message, it references that Brandon is making me promise not to have you or Al around my house or kids. Do you know who that Al is?
Yes, that's Alex Cox, Lori's brother.
And then you had already indicated this next slide is a continuation. I'm just going to pause to give the jurors a chance to read through that. And when you looked at these messages, was there anything on these that stood out to you?
Yes, primarily in line 3000, where Chad Daybell responds back approximately 8 minutes later, giving Lori Vallow these scores. He assigns Allie Bloomer as being 4.1 dark, and her cop husband is a 3 dark. And so those are coming from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow in reference to this issue that's come up with Melanie Boudreau.
And if we look at the line 2996, is Lori passing that information along?
Yes, and this is a pattern that we see repeatedly, that Lori Vallow would solicit Chad Daybell's advice or visions. Chad Daybell would respond, and then Lori Vallow would disseminate that out to whoever was making that inquiry.
And if we move to the next slide, I believe you indicated this is also a continuation of that conversation.
Correct.
I'm just going to pause here to give the jurors a moment to look through that.
Yes.
When we look at these messages, if we start with the new one. There's a reference to checking for recording devices. Did anything about that catch your attention?
Yes,
And then did it catch your attention in reference to the following messages?
it
Or is it
did.
related?
It did. So subsequent to seeking those scores on Allie Bloomer and her husband, Lori Vallow then makes a request to Chad Daybell to clear Melanie Boudreau's house and also check it for recording devices. And so Chad Daybell responds that he'll do that and that he's having to break down some dark entries Brandon created and that he detects 3 listening devices. And that answer is then passed on directly from Lori Vallow to Melanie Boudreau, referencing Chad Daybell as Melanie Boudreau's father, and then verbatim passes on that message. So to me, this establishes once again.
Judge, I'm going to object. It's calling for speculation.
I'll overrule that. You can answer.
It establishes that the individuals within this group look to Chad Daybell as the supposed visionary who will give them these types of information.
And in these messages, when the request is made, Chad responds. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm turning to the next slide. I'm again going to pause to allow the jurors a moment to look through that.
Very well.
Agent Hart, when we look at the date on this message, can you read the date?
I can, July 13th of 2019.
Do you know when Charles Vallow was killed?
He was killed on July 11th of 2019.
So just 2 days prior to this message.
Correct.
During this time, was Tammy Daybell still alive?
Yes.
Do you know who Adam, Leah, well, I'll stop there. Do you know who Adam is?
Yes.
And who is that?
Chad Daybell's son-in-law.
And do you know who Leah is?
Chad Daybell's daughter.
And do you know who Joe is?
Joe is also Chad Daybell's son-in-law.
What is it, outside of the date, what else about this message drew your attention?
There were a couple of things that I think are significant in this message. The first is this line where Chad Daybell says, "I feel she will be gone by then," which is a reference to the pending death of Tammy Daybell.
Judge, objection. That calls for speculation.
I'll strike that last part of the answers.
Thank
Insufficient
you.
foundation.
Based on your investigation, who did you believe the she to be?
Tammy Daybell.
It calls for speculation. I'll renew my objection, Judge.
And Your Honor, I think based on his investigation, I'm asking who he believed this message to be
Judge, could
referencing.
we approach, please?
No, it's overruled, Mr. Pryor. Go ahead, Ms. Blake.
Who did you believe the her to be?
Tammy Daybell.
Or I said her, but the word is actually she, the pronoun used, correct?
Correct.
Looking at the second to the last sentence, could you explain if there was anything about that that drew your attention?
Yes, it helps tie in the line, "I feel she will be gone by then." So Chad Daybell tells Lori Vallow that the Lord has hinted to him that he might not get to be with Lori Vallow until after this graduation ceremony takes place on July 23rd, and asks Lori Vallow to, quote, please ask about that.
If we turn to the next slide, again, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read that. Agent Hart, looking at the date on this one, how many days ago had Charles been killed?
3 days prior.
And again, Tammy Daybell's still alive?
Yes.
Do you know, or did you learn through the investigation who Lily would be referencing?
Yes, Lily is another name for Lori Vallow.
Was there something about this that caught your attention?
There are two things about this communication that caught my attention.
Could you tell me what those were?
The first is the reference to joining Chad Daybell in the shower. They were physically, Lori Vallow was in Arizona, Chad Daybell was in Idaho at the time of this message. So there are repeated references to Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell having the ability to connect on a spiritual plane and be together spiritually. So this is just one example of that, but it's pertinent because it happens repeatedly and it could be easily confused that they were actually physically present together, which they were not. So that was the first thing that stood out.
And what was the next thing?
The next thing is the last line of Chad Daybell's text to Lori Vallow, where he says he loves her so immensely that the whole universe knows it, and very soon the people on this little blue globe will know it too, which demonstrates that their relationship was clandestine or secret at this point, and that at some future date, the relationship between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow would be divulged by Chad Daybell.
And then moving to the next slide, again, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors time to read that.
You guys, are we getting ready to hear about the storm? Is that what we're getting ready to hear? Yes, and I love this particular book title here, Margaret, A Lemon for the Lord by Chad Daybell. But yeah, are we getting ready to hear about the storm? I can't even say it anymore with a straight face.
Agent Hart, when we look at these messages, there is the name James and a name Elena referenced. Did you see those in this message?
Yes.
Were you able to determine through the investigation who James is referencing?
Yes, James is Chad Daybell.
And were you able to determine who Elena is referencing?
Yes, Elena is Lori Vallow.
And again, the date on these messages is how many days after Charles Vallow was killed?
This is now 3 days after he was killed.
What is it about these particular messages that drew your attention?
Well, the James and Elena communications are very significant, and we see them first in the email section of the iCloud, starting on July 8th, continuing through July 9th, and through much of July. Chad Daybell is the author of these portions of a narrative or a history that chronicles Chad Daybell's meeting Lori Vallow and how their relationship developed. He refers to himself as James in this and to Lori Vallow as Elena, but in fact, this is autobiographical. It is based in fact. We verified the facts of the story as being correct and accurate to real events. And so in this, we have a description from Chad Daybell as to how he met Lori, and particularly several important events that occurred early on in their relationship.
And in this first one, there's an indication now on with the story. Were there other segments that came before this next message?
Yes, and it's very voluminous. And so what we're seeing here were portions that were sent via text message by Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. But as I said, on July 8th is the first instance we see of a very lengthy narrative written by Chad Daybell, sent to Lori Vallow via email.
And again, during this time, Tammy Daybell is still alive?
She is.
In that second message, there's the indication they would both attend the same event in mid-November. Were you able to determine through the investigation if that occurred?
Yes, so that's a reference to November 15th through the 17th of 2018. So while this message was sent via text on July 14th of 2019, the narrative contained in the message is talking about a time period between the end of October and prior to November 15th through the 17th of 2018.
And the last sentence of that text, was there something that stood out there?
I think the entire text is pertinent, as well as that last sentence. In the middle, Chad Daybell states in this narrative that he and Lori Vallow had been married before, and references some past time with the Savior when he lived in Jerusalem. And Elena, or Lori, had been his beloved spouse and best friend. In the final line, he says that relationship was now meant to continue in this lifetime. So looking at this history, Chad is saying that after he met Lori Vallow, he knew that their relationship was now meant to continue in this lifetime, with the assertion that they had been married in a previous lifetime.
And again, you talked about, while this message is sent in July of 2019, that it's referencing events from 2018.
That's correct. Chad Daybell met Lori Vallow on October 26th of 2018 at a Preparing a People conference in St. George, Utah. That's chronicled in this history. In between their first meeting, there was a 3-week time period before they would physically meet again in Mesa, Arizona, November 15th through the 17th, 2018, at another Preparing a People conference. So the time period being referenced by Chad Daybell in this communication is that time period from the end of October 2018 until they meet again physically in November of 2018.
And when this is written, Charles and Tammy are still alive.
That is correct.
We go to the next one. And again, I'm going to pause here to let the jurors read it. And this message again has the date of July 14th of 2019, correct?
Yes, it does.
And could you talk a little bit about what it is about this message that caught your attention?
What caught my attention is that this is the first time Chad Daybell introduces to Lori Vallow the concept that they had lived as human beings at another time in the past, that they had been married to each other in the past, and that they were meant to be married again in this present time and complete these important missions together.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point, and I voir dire a native objection.
Oh, well, there's no pending question at this time. So if there was an objection, Mr. Pryor, this wasn't timely.
And again, Agent Hart, when we're seeing the James and Elena references and this story being drafted, it is referencing back to events that would have happened previously.
Yes, he is referencing events and phone conversations that took place between the end of October 2018 and just prior to November 15th through the 17th of 2018.
And again, when we're looking at this, Charles has been killed just 3 days before this message.
That's correct.
And in 2018, when this story's referencing back to 2018, Charles and Tammy were still alive.
Yes, Charles and Tammy were still alive. Lori Vallow was married to Charles Vallow, and Chad Daybell was married to Tammy Daybell during this time period that he's describing.
Judge, I'm going to object on response, or actually, Judge, I'll withdraw at this point.
All right. Go ahead, Ms. Blake.
There's also a reference in there, the line starting with, "He was ecstatic." Could you read that sentence in there?
He was ecstatic that she was receiving confirmation of these things as well.
Did that indicate anything to you?
Yes, in the first sentence, Chad writes that he tried to delicately describe their connection with one another and was in fact delighted when Lori Vallow believed him. And so this is Chad Daybell introducing these concepts of he and Lori having been married in a previous life.
And
then later on, we see that she appeared to be getting confirmation of what Chad was telling her.
Correct.
There's also reference in there to physical desires.
Yes.
With the talk of physical desires, making love, was there anything about those that caught your attention?
Uh-oh. Do I see clouds? Are there clouds appearing overhead? It's getting dreary out. Oh no. Are we getting ready for the storm? The storm. Ah.
Well, it demonstrated the attraction of Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow instantly upon their meeting in October of 2018.
If we move to the next slide, and again, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read this.
I wonder if they're getting ready to read the words, the storm, thunder, dun, 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 thunder. Ooh, thunder. I just can't help it.
When we look at these messages, they are also dated July 14th of 2019. Is that correct?
Yes.
I heard
What was it about these messages that caught your attention?
somebody coughing and gagging.
This is a communication by Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow seeking an opportunity to be with her in person and using a camp out and a potential speaking assignment as a ruse to be able to leave Rexburg and go and be with Lori Vallow.
And there's a reference there in the first message, whether she is still here or not. Based on your investigation, did you determine who that she would have been referencing?
Tammy Daybell.
And in the James and Elena, we saw some reference to some kind of physical attraction. And then in these, what stood out is Chad and Lori are actually going to meet up in person here.
Yes, the investigation had revealed they had already met at several different times with travel to different places to be together for periods of 2 or 3 days. And in fact, we were able to verify that Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow did meet and were together during that July 24th through 26th timeframe that's referenced in the communication.
And July 24th to 26th, Tammy Daybell was still alive. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then if we go to the next slide, and again, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read this. And again, these are a continuation of text messages from July 14th of 2019.
Correct.
And again, just 3 days after Charles Vallow's been killed.
Yes.
What about these messages drew your attention?
There was a lot of what we call sexting content in the iCloud that I examined. I included these communications as just a very, very small example that this was in fact a sexual affair. It was not an emotional affair or a spiritual affair. It's very clear that it's a physical sexual affair between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow.
And moving to the next slide, again, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read this. And if we look at these, can you indicate the date on these messages for the record?
July 15th of 2019.
So these are moving to the next day from the previous messages.
Correct.
What is it about these particular messages that caught your attention?
This is an example of how Lori Vallow sought to manipulate Chad Daybell in the immediate aftermath of Charles Vallow's death.
And in that text from Chad to Lori, could you read the last line?
He says, "You are my wonderful best friend that I can't live without."
And again, during this time, Tammy Daybell is still alive.
Correct.
And the manipulation that you're indicating is Lori's response there. Could you read the first line?
Yes, she replies, "And yet you are so sad, missing you."
Referencing back to his message to her that he couldn't live without her.
Correct. Chad Daybell tells Lori Vallow how much he loves her and he can't live without her. And her response to that is, "And yet you are, in fact, living without me. So sad."
And moving to the next slide, again, I will pause to allow the jurors to read. And could you indicate the date on these messages for the record?
July 18th of 2019.
What about these messages stood out to you?
Well, this is a series of texts that occupies this slide and the next 3 slides, all regarding the same subject, and that is Lori Vallow has just found out that she is not the beneficiary to Charles Vallow's $1 million life insurance policy.
And she's telling Chad that.
Correct.
Going to the next slide, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read. And you indicated this is a continuation of the previous slide, correct?
Correct, as well as the next two slides.
In looking at this particular slide, there's a reference to bringing down the Gadiantons, especially Brandon.
Yes,
Through the investigation, did you determine who that Brandon would be that is being referenced?
that is Brandon Boudreau, Melanie Boudreau's soon-to-be ex-husband.
Through your investigation, did you learn anything in relation to Brandon and an investigation involving him?
Yes.
What did you learn?
What, could you clarify, what did we learn about?
Yes, sorry. Did you learn anything about an incident being investigated by the Gilbert Police Department involving Brandon as a victim?
Yes.
And what did you learn regarding that?
On November 2nd of 2019, as Brandon Boudreau was pulling in his driveway of his home in Arizona, an individual shot at him with a rifle, narrowly missing him.
And you said November 2nd. Is it possible it was October 2nd?
I'm sorry, you are correct. It is October 2nd. Excuse me.
And that was October 2nd of 2019.
Correct.
Do you know, did the reference bringing down the Gadiantons mean anything, or did you learn what that was referencing?
I learned that that is a reference, the name Gadianton has to do with a group of people that's referenced in a book of scripture called the Book of Mormon. The Gadiantons were robbers and thieves. And so the word Gadianton is indicative of someone who is a thief or a robber or a bad individual.
And as Lori's telling Chad that she's no longer the beneficiary, can you read the last text into the record?
Yes, that's a text from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. It says, it changed after he had 2 bullets in his chest.
And going to the next slide, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read. And Agent Hart, I think you indicated this is also a continuation from the previous 2 slides. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Were there some additional references on this particular slide that stood out to you, or particular statements?
Yes, primarily the last line.
And what was it about that stood out to you?
That's a text from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. And so she had found out that the beneficiary for the life insurance policy had been changed in March of 2019. And then she says, so it was probably Ned before we got rid of him. Ned is the name of the supposed dark entity that Chad Daybell had assigned to Charles Vallow.
And then there's a reference there before we got rid of him, correct?
Correct.
Did you learn what the $4,000 a month from SS was in reference to through the investigation?
Yes, that's a reference to money that would still be coming to Lori Vallow through Social Security for her children, primarily for JJ.
And then if we move to the next slide, again, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read.
Very well.
You're absolutely right, Kel. And hey, babe.
And when we look at this slide, can you read the date on these messages into the record?
Yes, these 5 messages are all from July 21st of 2019.
We've talked about who Ned is. Through the investigation, did you learn who Rhonda is that's being referenced?
Yes, Rhonda is the name assigned to the dark spirit or dark entity that Chad Daybell assigned to Kay Woodcock.
Judge, I'm in object on foundation.
Sustained.
Agent Hart, as part of your investigation, did you review other documents?
Many, yes,
Did you review other reports?
yes,
Did you discuss this matter with other investigators?
yes,
And based on your review in this case, did you determine who Rhonda was referencing?
yes.
And who was
And I'm
that?
going to renew my objection, Judge. You can talk about all the reports you want, but unless they get into specifics, telling me how he came to that conclusion, which documents, when, where, and time, it's still not sufficient foundation.
For purposes of this direct, I do find there's sufficient foundation. I'll overrule the objection. You can cross on that, of course, Mr. Pryor, when it's your chance for cross-examination.
Who did you determine Rhonda to be referencing?
Kay Woodcock, who is Charles Vallow's sister.
Now, there's references in some of these messages as well to working on someone. Through your review of the iCloud and messages, did you determine anything in relation to those working on, or did that stand out to you?
Yes, this is a phrase that we see repeatedly in the iCloud, and it actually has a dual meaning. When they're referencing somebody who Chad Daybell has determined to have a dark spirit or a dark entity working on them, has a negative connotation. When it's someone who's determined to be light or good, then working on them is an uplifting or a building connotation.
Agent Hart, as we've reviewed some of these messages that were around or shortly after Charles' death, we're seeing some of them. In your review of the messages, did you ever see any signs of grief or sorrow from Lori Vallow?
No,
Did you ever see any signs of grief or sorrow from Chad Daybell?
none.
If we go to the next slide again, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read. And would you read the date of this message into the record?
July 21st of 2019.
And we've talked about James and Elena before, and this story, again, it references a prior period of time than when the message was being sent. Is that correct?
Yes, so at this point in this narrative, the dates are, this would be November 15th of 2018.
And we saw a previous slide dealing with that same time frame. Is that correct?
The previous slides were actually talking about that period of time between the end of October and prior to November 15th of 2018. This particular story talks about when Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow are now physically together in Mesa, Arizona on November 15th of 2018.
And through the investigation, did you learn if Chad Daybell was in fact in Arizona in November of 2018?
Yes, we verified that he was present on that specific date. We verified that he spoke at a Preparing a People conference there during those dates of the 15th through the 17th of November 2018, and verified that he was physically present at other locations as well.
And outside of the continuation of the James and Elena, were there specific things in this message that drew your attention?
Yes.
What were those?
Primarily that there was a plan that had been revealed or communicated to Chad that wasn't entirely clear to him yet, but it included them, meaning Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow, being together at the present time.
So specifically, the plan was being revealed to Chad.
Correct.
And there's a reference of Chad and Lori having a mission together.
Yes.
And moving to the next slide, I'm again going to pause to allow the jurors to read. And Agent Hart, these messages were also sent on July 21st of 2019. Is that correct?
Yes.
In looking at these particular messages, was there anything that stood out to you?
Yes, they're very insightful in that Chad, in his own words, is explaining the feelings he had for Lori Vallow within 3 weeks of meeting her, that they had progressed through this relationship. They had finally found their best friend that they could trust and confide in.
And again, the period of time this message is referencing, both Lori and Chad were married to other people.
Correct.
And Lori Vallow responded to this message. Can you read her response?
She loves it.
And there's the reference in there to the 3 weeks. And would this have been, was the meeting in November about 3 weeks after Chad and Lori met in real life?
Yes, that's verified.
Moving to the next message, again, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read. And would you read the date of this message into the record?
This is also July 21st of 2019.
And this is a continuation of the James and Elena story being written.
Yes.
Are you aware of which time period this message is referencing?
This is referencing a specific date of November 16th, 2019, or excuse me, 2018.
And was there something about this particular part of the story that drew your attention?
There were multiple things that drew my attention to this that I believe are pertinent to the investigation.
Can we go through those one by one?
Sure.
What is the first one that drew your attention?
So the first is that Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow went to an LDS temple that has been verified. They attended the temple in Gilbert, Arizona on November 16th of 2018 together. And that they then participated in a ceremony that is a proxy ceremony for marrying people who have already been deceased.
And again, that was verified that they were at that temple together.
Yes.
And they reference the proceeding. After that, there's an indication in here, if you can read from the James and Elena knew.
James and Elena knew that they were now sealed as husband and wife for eternity.
Did that line stick out to you?
Yes, this is Chad Daybell's writing stating that when he and Lori participated in this proxy ceremony, that somehow through that, they had become once again married for eternity.
And then if we go to the last sentence starting with they knew, would you read that into the record?
Yes. They knew they had just begun a new journey together that was eternal and never ending.
Was there something about that particular line that caught your attention?
Yes, this is the beginning of their relationship and continuation of that relationship in the coming months that encapsulate the time period of this investigation and the crimes that are alleged.
And if we go to the next slide, again, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read. And these messages were also exchanged on July 21st of 2019, is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
And in looking at these messages, were there things that caught your attention?
Yes, two things primarily.
And can you walk us through those?
Yes. The first is that Lori Vallow responds to those prior clips that Chad wrote about James and Elena saying, "It's making me so happy to read about our life," which is a verification that this is an autobiographical or factual account.
And then what is the next thing?
The next is the line from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell, which says, "I love you more than ever. I can't wait to be with you forever. I'm begging father and mother. That's my job tonight." To which Chad Daybell responds, "I will be right beside you, begging just as much. I need you desperately."
And what, if anything, did that indicate to you about Chad and Lori's relationship?
That they had a clear plan to be with each other, to be together forever, and that they were both begging God for that to happen.
And again, when these messages are being exchanged, is Tammy Daybell still alive?
She is.
In your review of these iCloud accounts, was there ever any indication of Chad planning on getting a divorce?
None.
Ever any indication of Chad planning on getting separated?
No.
Moving to the next slide, and again, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read. And could you please read the date of these messages into the record?
July 22nd of 2019.
You just talked about the previous slide indicating a plan to be together.
Correct.
What is it about these particular messages that stood out to you?
Again, there are a couple of different things that stood out as relevant. The first is the text from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow referencing going to see a movie with Garth, who is his son. He then says, missing you desperately, but so excited to be with you. If you'll recall from a prior slide, there's a plan July 24th through the 26th for Chad and Lori to be meeting in person. And so the first line is a reference to their in-person meeting that's coming up.
And then looking at Lori's response, is there something in there that drew your attention?
Very much. She said, I love you. You will enjoy the scenery. Looks like Kauai a lot. And then responds with another text saying, hopefully we will be there someday soon together.
So there's a reference to Kauai.
Yes.
Do you know where Kauai is located?
Yes, it's in Hawaii, the Hawaiian Islands.
What's Chad's response to that?
Chad's response is significant. He says, that is the plan, exclamation point, and my greatest desire.
And then we talked about Kauai being in Hawaii. Looking at Chad's final sentence there of the last message, could you read that into the record?
Yes. I look forward to being on a tropical island with you.
I asked you earlier if you knew when Chad and Lori got married. Do you recall when that was?
November 5th of 2019.
Do you know where they got married?
I do.
Where was that?
Kauai.
Do you know where Chad and Lori relocated eventually after getting married?
Kauai.
During the time those messages are being exchanged, was JJ Vallow still alive?
He was.
Was Tylee Ryan still alive?
She was.
Was Tammy Daybell still alive?
Yes, she was.
Moving to the next slide. Again, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read. And Agent Hart, can you read the date these messages were sent into the record?
July 26th of 2019.
Looking at these messages, did certain parts of them catch your attention?
Very much so, yes.
And what is it about them that caught your attention, if you can walk us through that?
Well, the time frame is important. So these messages were sent as Chad Daybell was returning home from having spent 2 or 3 days from the 24th through the 26th with Lori Vallow. So he references that he's just gotten home, back to his home in Rexburg, and that he had a splendid time with her. And then he follows up with a narrative or sentiment that he believes or feels that he's a grown-up version of Harry Potter who has to live with the Dudleys in a little space under the stairs. And then every few weeks he gets to escape and have amazing adventures with his goddess lover. The part that to me is most significant is the final sentiment where he says, then I have to return to my place under the stairs, feeling trapped. But I sense permanent freedom is coming, exclamation point.
And you indicated he just returned from the weekend or from the time with Lori, correct?
Yes, these messages were sent upon his return back to his home in Rexburg.
So he's referencing being back home with his family. He feels trapped.
Correct.
Looking at the next slide, and again, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read. And Agent Hart, if you can read the date these messages were sent into the record.
July 28th of 2019.
What about these messages stood out to you?
There's a couple of things. This is in reference, just for context, to a trip that Lori Vallow was planning to take with Melanie Boudreau and Alex Cox to Southern California.
And in these, we see a message from Chad to Lori about no privacy here to hardly text. Do you happen to know where Chad would have been located at that time?
Judge objection foundation.
Sustain.
With these messages, was there any through your investigation, was there any indication that Chad Daybell was going on a trip?
No.
The indication was Lori Vallow was going on a trip.
Correct.
So based on your investigation, Chad wasn't leaving his home.
Correct.
Judge objection. This is leading.
Well, it was, but it's already been asked and answered.
Then we see, looking at that third message on there, the text from Lori to Chad, is there something about that drew your attention?
Yes, this is approximately 2 weeks after Lori Vallow's husband, Charles Vallow, has been killed. She is now free from her marriage. Chad Daybell is not free from his marriage. And she says, I need a distraction while I'm waiting for you. And he replies, absolutely, I think you'll have a fun time.
And turning to the next slide, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to look at these. And
Counsel, could I have a quick sidebar? All right, thank you, counsel. That last exhibit, I'll ask if the state would redact certain information off of that, and I'll permit time to do that. In addition, the court had previously discussed with counsel our scheduling for today, given that it's Friday and we've been through a long week. I'm going to suggest we break for the day. We have advised the jurors previously we might be stopping early today. Ms. Blake, is this a good time for us to break until Monday?
yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Any objections from the defense?
No objection, Judge. Thank you.
All right, that will conclude evidence for this week. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at this time, I do want to again admonish you, especially over this long weekend. Please do not discuss the evidence you've heard here with anyone else, including amongst yourselves. You can only do that after deliberations begin. Please don't follow the case or investigate the case in any way so that you can remain objective and decide this case only on the facts and evidence you've seen here in court. With that admonishment then, thank you so much for your attentiveness this week. We will commence again 8:30 Monday with additional evidence in the state's case in chief. With that in mind then, we'll go ahead and conclude for the week.
All right, please.
What? We don't get no storm. The storm. 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 How was that, Margaret? Was that a good echo? Here, one more time. The storm. 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 Here, hold on.
All right, thank you, everyone. We'll be in recess.
We'll get a little closer to the mic. Here we go now. Ready? Here we go. The storm. 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 Hey, Shiraz, look at you. Hey, honey. It's good to see you. Oh, hold on. We got a QB. I'm upset there was no storm today, QB.
I am not.
I kept
not.
waiting.
Oh, Shiraz, that's gross. No.
Oh, yeah, that would be gross. That would be pretty gross. I'm excited that they're having an early day today, though. Yay.
Yeah, are you? Well, wait a minute. Are they not? Do they not have a hearing?
Oh, do they?
I don't know. I'm
No,
asking.
I don't
Hey,
think so.
Shiraz. Hey, Shiraz. That's gross, but hi.
They cut the feed, so I don't know.
I guess not. I know. Lori, lawyer. You know,
Oh,
just went live. I cannot speak today.
what's he going live about?
The trial, the
Oh,
update.
okay.
He did a good breakdown of what happened in the. All y'all need to stop putting these drips in the daggone stop it in the feed because I can see them on my TV and they're huge.
Oh, that's funny. Drip, drip,
No,
drip,
yeah,
drip,
yeah,
drip.
ma'am. You did a good echo though on your own. That was good.
Oh, thank you. The storm. Wait, I got to get the storm right. I'm missing my storm up. Hold on. Let me close my eyes and don't think about it. The storm.
Let me close my eyes and not deal.
Yeah, because if I like try too hard, then I can't get it right, you know?
Mm.
Yeah.
Oh, so early day. Oh,
Early
I
day,
started to say,
yeah.
I'm sorry. I was distracting myself and now I'm still distracted. So Morgana put the drops away and oh crap. Now Spence is sending me something in the background. I don't want to go look at it. I'm scared. Oh.
Oh, but the sound effect is this week little plop sound that contrasts perfectly.
No. It's probably funny though. I'm sure it's funny.
Oh, I'm sure it is.
I got sidetracked. Okay, anyway, so Laura, I don't want it. He did a breakdown of what happened yesterday at the end. With the Ben and Jerry's. No, that's wrong. Bartles and James people.
Oh yeah.
I want to know who was in that silver car.
Right?
That dude, you see his head swing around? He was like, oh, cameras, who that? But he had his reverse lights on. I was like, yo, if he backs into them, I'm going to lose my mind.
Oh, it was pretty funny. It was
like he's rubbernecking trying to figure out who it is and he takes his foot off the brake.
Yeah.
I just make up stories. I'm sorry.
He's like, ooh, wait, what's going on?
I'm telling you, look. Pryor and Ratliff were at the bar hanging out.
You think?
I do. They were drinking. They had thrown some back. They were like, Pryor's like, I need your help, man. I'll give you some monies. And the dude was like, yeah, because my practice is terrible because I represent people that can't make good decisions. So,
I represent people who allegedly alleganiously murder people.
No, I alleganiously represent people. No, I'm not talking about Pryor. I'm talking about Bartlett.
Oh, gotcha.
Bartliff. You know he did that on purpose.
Yeah, he did. He did it on purpose because he's like, if you're going to come over here and muck and gum all over this motion paper, then I'm going to muck and gum up your name.
Right.
So
look. So they were in the bar. They were drinking, and Pryor's like, I need some help, and Bartlett is like, yeah, I need some money because I represent these people that can't get briefs right, and it's not going well, man. And so Pryor's like, look, I'll slide you 500 if you'll. It wasn't. It was. No, he was at the bar with Ratliff. That's right. I'm sorry. And
sure, I was calling him Colonel Sanders too.
Right.
Hold on a second. You keep talking. Dale's getting ready to head out the door real quick, and I got to tell him something. So hold on. I'll be right back.
Dale. So Ratliff, and I got my people mixed up. I'm sorry. Ratliff and Pryor at the bar. Ratliff's like, look, I keep filing these briefs that don't make no sense. and I got no clients. I need some money. And so Pryor's like, I'll give you $500 if you'll write this thing. So if you'll send it, but you got to send it now, man, because the trial starts on Monday. So Ratliff goes on his phone and he pulls up a brief and template, but he's drunk and he can't see because he's on his phone. So he just fills in a bunch of stuff real quick. Wrong case number. Pryor gave him the case number, but he's drunk, so he don't give him the 1-2. He gives him the 1224 or whatever, and he files this thing right at 11:24 or whatever on a Friday night before Easter Sunday. And somebody brought up earlier, okay, that it was Easter Sunday too. You know what? That's time and a half. That's double time. And so you weren't right. You weren't wrong. So when they add these fees up, they need to double time it because it was a holiday weekend. And it was Good Friday. Good Friday even. Good Friday. How dare the audacity. So this guy files it and Pryor pays him $500, right? So now he gets sanctioned. Pryor's like, I don't know nothing about nothing. He weren't representing nobody. And Pryor gonna get his money back that he paid this dude to do this thing. I'm making all of this up, but I'm saying it's plausible. Okay, I just want to say, allegedly, I made all this up.
You have a great imagination.
I have a scary imagination. I do this on the reg. Like, I make stuff up all the time. I make stuff up about my dog, what he's thinking, what he's doing. I told you he barked the other day in his sleep and looked at me and wanted to know why I barked, right?
Yeah.
Now, did he really do that? He looked at me, but was he thinking that? Probably not.
No, you never know. You never know what goes on in dogs' brains.
So, but anyways, yes. So that's what I think happened. Let's see, sir. For $500, he's going to have to pay prosecuting attorney fees, court fees. Right? He didn't make out very. He's not bright, and he was desperate, so he took the $500. I mean, maybe it was $1,000. He's still going to come out on the bad end. And Pryor is sitting over there at the sweet seat, okay? Because he's like, I don't know nothing about nothing, and didn't nobody record me, and they don't know, and we weren't drinking and nothing. I don't know what you're talking about. And objection, I wasn't there. And and now he gonna get his money back and probably double because he's gonna double it because it was Easter weekend and Good Friday even. Good Friday, Jenny.
Yeah, I know that. I was thinking the same thing.
The utter audacity.
He was like, Judge. I almost said Judge Goal. Judge Boyce was like, nope.
She's a whole lie.
You had my court secretary jumping through hoops.
And then he said, that's semantics.
Yeah, that made him mad. He said, I heard him. He said, oh boy. I heard him say, oh boy.
Yeah, Shiraz, you ain't wrong. He's like, Ratliff who? That ain't my law school buddy at all. At all. See, now I'm really making stuff up like they went to law school together. You don't know. You don't know. Is it plausible? It is. It could happen. It could happen. I'm saying.
I don't know. With the dude having templates and everything, he's probably like got his law degree online at like Lawyers Are Us.
Right? Like, yo, like 3 times, dude. 3 times you signed as the attorney for the defendant. And Judge Boyce is like, he's like, and what time was it on Friday night? I'm sorry, it was Friday night. And what were you doing? And what were you doing?
He didn't know what he was doing. He's
barely terrible. It was terrible. Shiraz, that's why I said he was on his phone.
Hi, baby.
Hi, sweet girl. Love you.
I love you.
Love you. Of Timu.
University of Timu.
I'm dead. Margaret, you ain't wrong. You are not wrong. Got that degree. Yo. Oh my God. And then they stole his credit card information. Anyways. Deceased.
His license, his framed law degree, whatever you want to call it, that comes in the frame, that you hang in your office. It came in a bubble mailer in the
right, and
in the mail with Chinese stuff written all over
and
it.
It's crooked.
Yeah.
First and only in his class, Margaret. Oh, Shiraz, hear me out. Hear me out. I said this earlier, and okay. We all know something's up with Judge Gull, right? Okay. And so we've said she's either on the take or she's in bed with Nikki. Okay, we didn't say that. I said that. But okay. Disclaimer. I need a sound effect to play before my disclaimer. Disclaimer and QB and not the Crime Cafe and all these things. So, all right. So she's clearly biased. Okay, let's just say that clearly. But Shiraz, I want you to hear me out, and all y'all. But I wanted to see what Shiraz says because she ain't heard this yet. What if? Because she's clearly making a case for appeal. Like, no question. Like, everything she's done screams appellate court. So what if she's being threatened? Because that was one of the things that I came up with because I make stuff up. What if she's being threatened by the Ode Knights or whomever? The powers that be.
I don't know. I've been hearing all over the internet that people think she might be being blackmailed or.
Right. Okay. But what I'm saying is, what if she's being blackmailed and she is setting it up for appeal? She's doing it on purpose.
Ooh, that would be good. That would be
plausible.
Cool. Yeah. Hey, maybe she really is a good one.
No, she's not. But I'm just saying. Yeah, hers. I have a whole thing written up already, Morgana. I got it to copy and paste. I just need trigger one. Nightbot, you ain't wrong. Incompetence and corruption tend to travel together. You are correct. It hit me today. I'm like, what if she's doing it on purpose, setting it up for appeal because she's being blackmailed and threatened to do these things, and they ain't smart enough to figure it out. I mean, because let's think about it. She could have a hearing and still deny it. But denying it without a hearing, that's a problem.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and the people on the other side that may or may not hypothetically, allegationally be threatening her, blackmailing her, or the such, okay, aren't smart enough to figure out what she's doing. I'm just saying. I mean, it's plausible.
It's highly unlikely.
I don't know if it's highly. I don't know if it's highly that she's being threatened. Something's up. Like, she can't possibly think that there's not going to be some repercussions from this. Some fallout. I mean, if you're going to appeal, you need to have the denial on record. If she just ignores the fine, right? You're true, but she has denied things on record. The most recent one she denied was the request for recordings of the hearings or of the trial. And so I agree with what you're saying because she has ignored tons of filings, but there are ones that she has denied without hearing, that are on record. And then
I don't understand why she does not want the cameras in.
Well, either A, she's hiding something, or B, somebody told her you best not let no cameras in here. It's one or the other. But I mean, and it's her right. It's her right, but it's shady AF. Wait a minute. Kale got a joke. Crime time joke.
Ooh.
Why don't criminals hang out in front of pubs. Why don't criminals hang out in front of pubs? You got your sound effect ready?
Hold on.
Because they usually end up behind bars. Bump.
Oh my Lord. Okay, here we go.
That was pretty good.
That was a good one, Kel. That was cute.
That was good. That's cute and clean. Thank you.
Yeah, it wasn't like that last one.
That one was funny though.
Yeah, it was.
I don't know, man. I'm still trying to figure out Gull. I don't know if we'll ever figure her out. But I mean, she cannot think that there is not going to be some repercussions for this.
We haven't had a crime time joke in a while. Thanks, Kel.
It's been a minute. Thanks, Kel.
But yeah, Delphi's got what, 24 days?
24 days. 24 days. Morgana, talk to Kel.
What about?
I can't remember the last joke.
Yeah. Morgana remembers it. She's acting like.
And here comes Lee. Yep. Mm-hmm. Here comes Lee. Oh, where's the behavior? You got the sound effects ready? Come on now. What time is it? 2:24. Okay. I gotta go get not the girlfriend.
Oh, do you?
Well, I'm gonna go get her. So I don't know if he's going to work. He don't need to go to work.
Behave yourself.
Exactly. Do you remember back in the day, in the old days, when it was on repeat?
Yeah.
Behave yourself.
In the olden days. Mm-hmm. Look, you put that diabetic brain excuse away, ma'am. You remember.
I hate it here.
I do hate it here.
I hate it
I don't. I love it here. Oh, I know it's real, but I know in this instance it is an excuse, ma'am. Oh, yo, my sinuses. I tested. I'm negative. All right. I have a test for man-child. If his test negative, he's gonna go to the urgent care because he got something.
Well, here's the thing, though. I mean, you've had symptoms long enough that if you were going to test positive, you would have if you had it.
That's what I said to Spence. If I didn't think the test. Okay, well, that's a lie. I did kind of think the test because I don't know if I told you or not, but I was smelling weird stuff like I did when I had it before.
Mm-hmm.
I was smelling vinegar, and then I was smelling like burnt coffee. But I was like, meh, I'm not being rude to the diabetic. I'm just saying. What did Shiraz say? And what that means is lots of people in powerful positions are making money under the table. You ain't wrong. You ain't wrong.
It happens every day, Shiraz.
Every day.
Every day and everywhere.
So also, I don't trust the home test. And here's what I'm going to tell y'all. PSA. If you're really sick, like really, really sick, and you take a home COVID test and it's negative, go get tested. Go get tested. Go get the flu, not MRSA. Lord have mercy. Or
RSV.
RSV. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's scary. Look, that used to only be in kiddos.
Right.
Now we're all carriers, but it used to only be symptomatic in kiddos, and it isn't until the last year or so that RSV has become rampant in adults. And let me tell you, adults don't do well with it. Neither do babies. But no, it's bad. It's bad. Yeah. So the home tests are a good indicator, but the problem with the home test is that there is a very fine definitive time frame that you have to test to catch it. Morgana. Wait, what did Jenny, if you smell cucumbers, it could be a copperhead.
Morgana, ma'am. Morgana.
Yeah. So anyways,
If you don't behave, Morgana, I'm gonna make you sit in the corner and slap your pickle.
And and to be fair, there are other things that are really bad other than the vid or RSV or the flu.
What, baby? Ooh, Daddy gave you ice cream, or did you get that yourself?
What?
I will be RB.
She made a big mess. Jenny going to see if Jolie got ice cream herself. Yeah. So anyway, so that's what we're doing over in my house. What y'all doing? Well, crap. What are y'all doing? I'm not gonna do the Leslie Jordan because stop slapping the pickle, Morgana. Stop it. Stop it. She needs a bell on that. Facts, Kel. Because that baby is like, I'm going to get me some ice cream. I'm surprised she ain't tried to get her own milk yet. That'll be a whole, I would die. Ain't nothing like spilled milk. They say don't cry over spilled milk. QB over here crying hard. Because that just ain't nothing but a whole bunch of sour coming. Yuck. Yuck. Anyways. Again, I'm going to put you in the corner. Yeah, see, I know, right, Shiraz? It's like, I got to go back and finish watching the Bob's Live from last night because I didn't get to finish it. Hi, I'm back. I'm back. Yay. So the guy, is his name Aaron Shiraz? The godfather of the podcast? That was good. I want to go listen to his stuff. But I need to catch up. I got some catching up to do. So I may do that this afternoon, depending on what Miss Jenny does. Yeah, he was good. He was real good. I liked him. And so, yeah. I guess I'm gonna have to go watch blanking on his last name. Generation Y. Yes. Did she get it herself? Did she make a mess?
No, she didn't make a mess, but we got those little, you get like the little 6-packs of like chocolate and vanilla single serving ice creams in a bag at Walmart.
Look, you set it up. It's a single size. It's a Jolie size.
It is. We get them for her and Eli, and
it's Jolie size, and she can get it herself. Why are you mad?
Yeah, but she usually can't get the freezer open by herself. Once in a while.
Clearly, that has changed.
Yeah, why did they start? Whose big bright idea was it to start making freezers on the bottom?
I don't know, because everything just gets stacked up anyways. Yeah, I need to binge this weekend. I try to do that when it's the weekend because Jenny's not on. And so I've got a whole list of things, but then I keep adding to the list. And then I keep moving the list around. Hey, Chaloon. Hi.
Hey, Chaloon.
So now what I've done, I had I had a QB watch list, and then now I've divided it out into by case, because I get in moods like, oh, I want to dive over here, I want to dive over there. Now, Karen Reed, I'm watching some things, but I am not deep diving into that because I want to watch it from the beginning with the evidence and see what I think.
Yeah, see, that's what I want to do too.
So I'm not doing like a deep dive, because I don't want. Now the one last night, that's why I like the one Bob did last night, because he did he didn't do a deep dive, but he did an overview. Like, these are the people, and here's the what we think, and it is a whole big mess, Shiraz. And yes, Margaret, as far as I know, Jenny, you're switching over as soon as they get the jury, right?
Yeah, that's what you guys voted. I went
That's what we
strictly with
voted.
what you all voted
Okay.
in the poll. No poll for you, Margaret. Come
No
back
poll
one
for
year.
you, Margaret. Come back 1 year. Yeah, it's a whole hot mess, but
I mean, and it was like a massive 80-20 split. Like 80% of the chat said Karen Reed. So, and that
because
was
a
even
lot of this
after.
stuff,
That was even after they switched over to the good camera and good audio. So,
yeah. The thing is, though, with Daybell, a lot of this stuff we can do a catch up. And I don't know if Nate's going to keep doing it, but he did an end of the day recap yesterday.
yeah, he's been doing that every day.
Has he? So, I mean, maybe we could watch that. You know, I mean, we could certainly read his tweets, his all day tweets, and get an idea. But it's kind of nice, like with Gibb. Gibb, y'all. Wait a minute. What did Shiraz say?
Oh, it's because Kel's name's initials are KR.
Yeah. Sorry, Kel.
Kel's like,
yeah,
excuse me.
I like his recaps, but he be doing the most during the day. And I understand it, and it's great. It's just I'm still learning like how to follow them.
Oh, Nate's?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, because sometimes when people start making comments on the individual tweets is where it starts getting. Morgana ain't up here. Morgana can't give you permission to do a poll, Margaret.
Margaret had a poll yesterday.
She did, and she didn't follow it until later.
She did not do what the poll told her to do. So
also, she was supposed to use PTO today so she could diamond paint. And no, where is she? She's at work spilling coffee on herself.
So no poll for you, Margaret. Come back.
No poll for you. Come back 1 year.
Morgana says I can do a poll. Margaret wants to do polls, and here's what we need to do, right?
Here Morgana's coming. She's coming for us.
Oh, here's what we need to do. We need to, have a little meeting beforehand and do some reverse psychology on Margaret here with these polls.
You can have all the polls you want, Margaret. I feel like we should somehow or another pick somebody to pick the subject for the poll. Somebody in chat picks the subject for the poll, and then the rest of the chat picks the question.
Yeah, I liked that yesterday. It was fun. It was different,
So it's like, okay, somebody from chat says, is Karen Reed guilty or innocent? And then the rest of the chat gets to do the answers.
Yeah.
That was a bad example. I'm sorry.
No, I know what you're saying. I thought that like yesterday, whenever I just kind of pulled Margaret up because it was funny, I was literally sitting there prepared to do like a real on purpose poll, right?
No,
and
Margaret,
I couldn't
you
think
can't
of a question.
No poll for you. Come back 1 year.
I couldn't think of a question, so I was like, well, just let me just throw this in for funsies. So that's why I did that.
I think it's great. I think it's great. You have to wait 1 year, Margaret. Yes, it sure has. See, that's what I'm talking about. So you start out with something, and then it's like guilty, innocent. I know things.
Mm-hmm. The Pole Sitter by
I liked it
Margaret.
better when you spelled it Pole, Margaret. That was funny. She's like, no, not Pole, Poll. No, I saw it now. Too late. Morgana said she could do one in 1 second. Don't let her in, Jenny. Don't let her in.
That's what I'm going to say. Morgana, ma'am. She's like, hold on, Margaret. Hold my beer.
Hold my beer. I'm coming up on this chat.
Hold my Pepsi. I'm going to come up on this chat and I'm going to let
Not
Margaret have a poll. Well, guess
hold the
what,
Pepsi.
Morgana?
Pour it out. Exactly.
Guess what, Morgana?
See, Pole Sitter. Pole Sitter. Just saying. I can't unsee it. Margaret left.
Oh, Kel, we did get storms. Yes. They weren't bad, though. It was just a lot of thunder and lightning, but it wasn't nothing. Poppy was beside herself. That's usual, though.
I'm sure. I still don't have Mickey George digits.
Oh, yeah.
Also, when I went to text you before, it said "Do Not Disturb" is on, which I should not be able to see if I'm a favorite. I'm just saying, there's just a whole thing. I'm just saying, I'm not going to abuse it. If you disappear, wouldn't you want one of us to be like, "Hey, Jenny, it's like 4:00 in the afternoon, ma'am."
I set 52 alarms last night, literally, before I laid down. I was like, hold on, let me set all the alarms in my phone just to make sure I get up today.
Oh, Morgana's in the background. She said,
I
"You'll
know.
let me in because," oh, she said, "I know." Oh my God.
Yeah, you better let me in, girls. Because you'll miss me if I leave.
She said, "You'll miss me
when I'm gone."
Lord.
Okay, Margaret, honey, you can start a poll now. What do you want to do?
She asked one question. One person answers. She goes, "Okay, poll closed." As soon as she gets the answer she wants, she's like, "Poll closed." Yay. Here goes. Uh-oh. What she got? It's gonna be lemon something. Lemon pie, lemon bar. I want a lemon bar.
Margaret said, "No, I left this unfair chat that won't let me do a poll." Okay, here goes.
Hey, Morgana.
Hey. I about got struck by lightning last night.
No, ma'am.
Yeah,
we're not having none of that.
Crazy pants sitting outside. You probably sitting in a metal chair on a metal floor with metal shoes on. And
no, I was in QB's room.
Oh,
Margaret's got a poll question. Aren't you at work,
yes,
ma'am?
that's always a yes.
That's always a yes, but aren't you at work, ma'am?
Hold on. Hold on. Here you go, Margaret.
Margaret's at work,
Margaret,
though.
come on down. You're the next contestant.
Down. There you go. Hi.
Did you eat all your ice cream?
Hi.
Was it good? Did you get chocolate or vanilla?
Was it chocolate? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, I want some.
Yummy?
I want some too.
Yum.
Can they have ice cream? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
You're so sweet to share. Look at you. What a good girl.
Okay, here we go. Here she is.
Margaret.
Ma'am.
Hello.
Are you there? Hello.
All right. Am I on?
Yeah.
Hi.
All right. I can't stay long. I'm at work.
That's what I thought. I was like, she at work. What's she doing?
I'm at work, but it's Friday. It's a slow day. So I'm okay with us watching Karen read because I'm going to say right now that even though, only because I'm getting writer's block for book titles. I don't know what to say. But yeah, so because I kind of want to see her. I kind of want to know what that's all about.
No, it's crazy.
It's crazy pants for
And
sure.
so I mean, Daybell is like, we kind of know where this is going, don't we? I mean,
I think that's the thing. A lot of people watched Lori. So
we did, yeah, or we were, I think
very aware of it.
For whatever reason, she was more, I don't want to say interesting, but I don't know.
I think probably because of her antics.
Yeah.
Probably because of her antics, and probably also because it was new to everybody. Like, we knew some of the things, but so if y'all, like I said, I'm not going to deep dive into it, but if y'all want like an overview, Bob Mata and Jay did it was Jay and the Buzz guys did a thing last night, a live last night, that was like an overview. Now I didn't get to watch the whole thing, so I don't know how deep they went, but the part that I watched, they were just like skimming the surfaces.
Yeah, I don't think it was super deep because I watched it.
Okay, so then the other one is Sleuthy, or no, my bad, Criminality. It's T, but it's Criminality is the channel. Had Sleuthy and why did my brain just turn off? And two other people.
Yeah.
On there, and they did a deeper dive, like a timeline thing and stuff. So it depends on how much you want to know. But those are two places that you can go. If you do, I would say start with the Bob Mata one and get the DL on the simple DL, and then if you're like, dang, I need to know more, then jump over to Criminality and watch that one, because it was the one. Sleuthy ain't no joke with them spreadsheets now.
Yeah.
QB, do you want to go grab those links and throw them in the chat for people?
Yes, ma'am. I didn't want to, and I'm sorry, I just kind of went into that. But if there's people that want to know a little something, it's hard to find because there's so much right now. And y'all, I'm just going to say, if you're not in here or in Bob's or even Criminality, y'all be careful, because it is extremely, extremely contentious right now. Extremely. Like, you think Delphi is bad, and there's a divide. There's a huge divide in Delphi. Yeah.
But these people with Karen Reed, they're like,
it's a whole nother level,
man.
It really is.
It's a whole nother level.
It's a very,
it's
very
bad.
tense situation. I'd make a really good juror because I'm so clueless about it that I'd be like, really? Oh, wow. Oh, well, I cannot make up my mind right now. That's how I feel about it, because I haven't paid. I've been all wrapped up in Lemonhead. I haven't been watching anything else. I've been so focused on my book titles and all the writing I'm doing. I think I told you all about, I watched this YouTube video about this guy. His name is Dr. G. And he does body language. And he did some body language, like, analysis of Chad Daybell, and just the fact that he does not move was probably some of the most telling of his language, is sitting there like if you watch, and we've all seen him, he does not move. And there was somebody on Reddit that said, his lack of body language is language, because he's just sitting there, and he's just kind of like, he's licking his lips constantly because he's eating so many lemons. But there's a lot of, he says, the fact that he does not move, he does a lot of self-soothing things, he like twiddles his thumbs or whatever he does. I thought that was very interesting. I think that's what makes him the cold, calculated lemon that he is. And like I said earlier in the chat, if you go over to Kay Woodcock's Twitter, she says flat out, we're coming for you. I mean, that they're serious. Of course, that's JJ's grandparents, as I recall, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah.
But they are serious about him. And it's like, I just feel so bad for those two, because they weren't, if I remember, they weren't allowed, or they couldn't get to Lori's trial, which is the one they really wanted to get to, I think.
They
But-
got to her sentencing though. They were at her sentencing.
Yeah, they were at her sentencing, but I can't remember.
I think they were at her trial too, but one thing, they wouldn't allow Larry in for part of it because he wasn't considered a victim.
That's what it was.
He wasn't.
That's what it was. Yeah, I
I
couldn't
think like
remember.
JJ's biological grandfather or
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah, that's what it was. I couldn't remember. I mean, it's so long ago, but yeah, she's all over this. So her Twitter was very, very interesting. And that's how I found out about the celebration of life. Not this weekend, but next weekend, which I think is very fitting, of course. But anyway, but if we're going to watch Karen Read, I'm totally fine with that. I don't know what kind of book titles I can come up with there. I don't think they're right. But it's been fun to entertain y'all with Lem and
Well, it was certainly it was certainly something. And as far as I'm concerned with Chad Daybell, I did watch Lori's. I mean, I didn't watch it because it wasn't televised, but
The
we could
audio.
hear the audio.
Mhm.
Every evening they would drop the audio from the day. And so what I did was usually I was just like a day behind, because I would go and like listen to the audio from the day before the next day.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm like invested in this case.
Yeah.
I mean, just because it's been so long, and I went through the whole thing when Lori's trial was going on, and I just really want to see it all come to like full circle for.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I can
I don't
understand
know
why
though.
Kay
Are
feels
you?
the way they. I can understand why Kay feels the way she feels about them going after Chad, because now Lori's behind bars, Alex is dead, and the last one on their list is Chad.
Yeah.
We're
We're coming for you. Yeah, I agree.
Shiraz, I got so many words. I wanted to. Okay. I'm worried about the trolls, but y'all handle it really, really well. So I think you'll be okay. I just think it's going to be an excessive amount. But I think it'll be okay. T on criminality she's good. She's good. And love T. As far as Chad goes, though, let me ask y'all a question, okay? Because I didn't watch the whole Lori.
Go take a poll. Are you going to ask a question? We're going to take a poll.
No.
I'll come back in a year.
Yeah, come back 1 year. So, y'all that watched the whole Lori Daybell trial, okay? And now you're watching this, because I did not watch the whole Daybell trial. But now that you're watching I watched part of it, but I didn't watch all of it. And I watched the sentencing with y'all. Are you not like concerned that Pryor is really creating some reasonable doubt? Y'all got quiet. Why did y'all get quiet?
I think I'm just staying on mute because Jolie's being allowed, but I feel like he is doing a good job. He may not get the death penalty. He may
bare minimum. I don't
get
think
life in prison, and that's fine with me too.
That's fine.
Yeah.
As long as he spends the rest of his life in prison, I really don't care.
I think he will.
But
do you not think that he's creating some reasonable doubt there? That it was all Lori? I mean, even you said yesterday, Jenny, maybe he went along for the ride.
Yeah, I said that, but I don't believe that he I do feel like he went along for the ride, but
I mean, he's still responsible.
He's very responsible for everything that happened. I don't think there's anything that John Pryor can do or will do to get him out of this.
Yeah.
I just don't believe it. And they can make the only reasonable doubt that they can come up with for me is that he did fall under Lori's spell. He did.
Right.
I believe he did. But I still believe he's guilty of every single thing that happened to those
I
kids.
agree.
And Charles. And I'm even going to say Alex. I feel like they either did something to Alex or they caused Alex to feel like he was going to be a martyr if he offed himself. I don't know. But Tammy didn't strangle her own self.
Agreed.
That's what I said. She didn't wake up and fall over and pass away. No,
right.
Yeah.
No, but it could have been Alex.
It didn't happen the way they said it happened. He's trying to say that Tammy had fallen out of the bed and yanking the blanket is what woke him up. Well, when he got up to go get her, she was already cold and stiff. Okay, so you're saying, and that's what the medical examiner in Lori's trial was like, wait a minute, this is not that's no.
Yeah.
If she's going to fall out of the bed, she's fell out of the bed because she moved and she's not already going to be stiff.
Right.
When you get up and get around there to her.
Most definitely.
So he was trying to say that she was like he was trying to say that she was like hanging off the edge of the bed or something like that, and she had died that way and then eventually just tipped on out of the bed and was already dead.
And I just get so mad that he just, well, I had this premonition that she was pass away. I think that really bothers me a lot. That bothers me a great deal because he doesn't know that, and I'm not convinced of that. Yeah. Has there been any testimony related to her health problems, quote unquote? Because I have not heard.
A little bit, but
they haven't talked
not a whole lot
about it.
Yeah, they haven't talked bits and pieces. I hate the way he keeps talking about, oh well, I had this premonition that she was going to. I think that's awful.
And Kel, I agree with you. I mean, they did a really good job today showing that he was the one determining who was dark and light. And so again, you have like a bare minimum, you have like a getaway car driver scenario in that the getaway driver doesn't actually pull the trigger, but he was there and he was part of it. Therefore, he is just as culpable. He is, or also another example would be if somebody stabs somebody and they go to the hospital and the hospital makes a mistake. Okay. The hospital making the mistake could be malpractice, but it's not the cause of the problem. They don't go after the person they don't go after the hospital for the stabbing. They go after the person that did the stabbing. So I feel like he's definitely culpable. I just wonder I wonder how John Pryor is going to come back at that. Two, I wonder, I don't think he's going to get the death penalty.
The only reason oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go.
I don't think he'll get the death penalty because I think people will think that they fell under her spell. And I think that, I said before that the prosecutor laid the groundwork that she was the ringmaster. She was the puppeteer. So you can't come back and say he was. And the only way he would get the death penalty is if he was the mastermind. If she's the mastermind and he fell under her spell, he's still culpable for what he did, but not to the degree of the death penalty. Does that make sense? In my mind, that's how it works in my mind.
For me, I don't feel like he'll get the death penalty based on the fact that that they can't prove that he's the one that held whatever it was that killed JJ and Tylee. But I think that there's no one else that they can blame other than him for Tammy's death.
Yeah, and I agree, Shiraz. I'm sure I think that the jury probably does loathe him. But on the same token, I think that he's I don't think, like you said, I don't think it'll keep them from because he's done you have to take the emotion out of it. As a juror, you're supposed to take the emotion out of it. Whether they do or not is another thing, but it is hard. And so but I don't think he's going to get the death penalty. And I agree, Shiraz, I hope he doesn't get the death penalty, because you're right. People who are in line with the same beliefs as them, I'm not talking LDS, I'm talking about the elevated craziness that ensued, that makes him a martyr.
Yeah, I didn't think about that.
That's a really good point, Shiraz, and I agree with you. I hope he does. Life without parole, I'm good with that. But I want it to be without parole.
Yeah, definitely without parole. I don't see how they would ever give him the option to be paroled. I don't see that happening.
I would hope not.
Well, before we go any further, I do have to go. It was lovely coming up on stage.
Love you, Margaret. Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Go home and diamond paint.
I'm going to do my diamond painting. My husband's Starry Night is coming along famously, so I can't wait to show.
Good for him.
Yeah, it's going to be really nice. All right, it's lunchtime. Can I take a poll on what I should have for lunch?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am. No poll for you.
All right, I got to go. Love you.
Have soup.
Come back 1 year. Love you. Bye.
Bye.
I love you, Margaret. I really do love you, Margaret.
Yes.
She says, "Can I take a poll?" I'm like, "No, ma'am. No.
No poll for you. Go get soup. Go get soup.
Go get some crackers,
but you can have soup.
Go get some crackers and a Dr. Pepper out of the vending machine, ma'am."
Wow.
Oh goodness. Shiraz, I have to say, I go back, and everybody else, QB, I know I've said back and forth through the whole thing. Margaret's like, oof. I was kidding, honey. I really want you to get something yummy in your belly.
I'm over here talking and my alarm was going off, so clearly y'all didn't hear me.
Oh, I was saying though, I hope that I'm not the only one who goes back and forth, because now tomorrow I may say Chad deserves the death penalty. Give him the death penalty. But like right now, I feel like that's not going to happen. But
but wait. There's a difference between thinking it's not going to happen and wishing it would.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. A bit of me wants him to get the death penalty, but then also
then
another
he'll
part
sit for 20 years and he'll never go anyways.
Another part of me feels like it suits me just fine that Chad and Lori can spend the next rest of their lives having to visit each other through their imaginary ridiculous portals. And that's how they can, their little portal can be over here in the corner next to the toilet.
Stop it. Not the portal.
I mean, that's let him be old and gray and still putting Kool-Aid on her lips, and him with his sour chin stuck up in the air, and yeah, let him spend the rest of their lives wishing they could see each other through the portal.
Not the portal.
Maybe they'll look down in the toilet. Maybe the toilet is their portal.
Probably.
That would be fitting.
Yeah, it would be, right?
I can't see comments right now, so.
Shiraz says every portal ought to have a toilet. There you go.
Just flush them down. Oh. Let's put on pants, y'all. That's no fun. I'm a good mom. I'm a good mom. I'm putting pants on to go get not the girlfriend. Because man-child, he's bad.
Oh, your camera slipped on, QB.
Oh.
You're a whole lie, because I'm not even near my phone. You ain't getting me on that. And look, I'm standing here.
I saw your dimple.
Did you see my dimple? It's cute, ain't it? I got a couple of them.
Oh, look, I love Kel's comment. Kel said a portal potty.
That's a good one.
Potty. A portal potty.
Hold on. That deserves this right here.
Oh my gosh, y'all.
Well, that was cute.
Y'all are cute trying to think. My phone ain't even near me because I might have looked.
Kel wins the internet today, right, Margaret?
Yes.
Kel, you win a Chia Pet today.
Oh yeah, who's responsible for that? Did we decide Morgana?
Jenny.
Oh, JB.
No,
is?
JB.
I thought it was Jenny.
Has anybody received their Chia Pet? Because we're gonna have to get JB. She been busy.
Well, I mean, if you don't, don't forget those Chia Pets arrive through the portal.
Oh yeah, okay.
In the potty?
Y'all go check your toilet.
Yeah, go check your toilet. See if there's some green stuff growing in your toilet. I don't know.
I don't call those Chia Pets. What's in the toilet?
Ew.
It's not a Chia Pet, it's a Shia Pet. I cracked myself up.
I said that yesterday. I said something and snorted, and I was like, I'm funny.
Oh, Shia Pet.
Oh my God. Have y'all seen the Golden Girls one?
Yes, they're hideous.
They are hideous, but they're also very hysterical. Like, they're hideously hysterical.
Somebody said we were looking at that early on. I don't remember when that was. That was a long time ago. And we were
Bye, Shiraz.
Bye, Shiraz. Have a good
Say hi
day.
to the crows.
And have a great weekend too.
Oh, call.
Yes. Call. Say hi to the crows. I can't remember their names, but hi.
Cock-a-doodle-doo. Oh, that's
it always takes a turn.
It does always take a turn. Y'all, how about I'm trying to walk out this house without my phone?
Oh, I thought you were going to say your pants.
No, I got my... Look.
I was a little nervous she was going to say pants too.
Oh, wait. It says Bob just posted a video. What you got, Bob? Oh, okay. So he did this thing. Y'all got to go watch this. I don't know if y'all saw when he and Allie did the reading of the transcript that they ordered.
Yes.
Okay. So that was funny in itself. Well, he's done a couple shorts from it, and it's freaking hysterical. It's freaking hysterical. If you have green stuff growing in your toilet, I'm thinking you need Tidy Bowl need more than that. Need Jesus if you got green stuff in your toilet.
Well, I mean, that's what happens when you get the Shia Pets through the portal. I mean,
whatever, yo. That's gross. Y'all
I'm
gross.
in love with the portal potty. I can't. The portal potty.
The portal potty. That's we gonna need to. I don't know.
You know what? I'm going to write that down because daggone it, if I'm not going to, when we hit that number where I can like get emojis and
Can we
stuff,
have a portal potty emote?
I'm going to make a portal potty. Hold on, I got to write that down.
Y'all tell your friends. Tell your friends.
Emoji ideas. You
need a gavel.
Ideas.
You need a gavel.
Portal potty.
Can you hear me?
Chad Daybell. Yeah.
Okay. Need a gavel for sure.
Gavel.
Yep. I'm walking out to my car. If I lose you, you're gonna have to put me back.
So the portal potty, what I'm envisioning is an actual toilet with maybe like Chad Daybell's face in it.
Oh my gosh, swirling. Can we make his face swirling down the toilet?
Yeah, and then have like beams coming out of it like it's a heavenly or something.
Beams.
Not beans like beans you eat. Beams like beams of light.
Thinking Taco Bell. This child left my car unlocked. He's lucky he's sick. Left my car unlocked. Boy. Can y'all hear me?
Beans.
Yeah.
Yeah. Morgana, what all did you get on your shopping list today, ma'am? What's the deal? What's the week's menu for dinner?
Oh, well, tacos for one. Alfredo again. I'm going easy, everything. Then I got Mississippi pot roast to go in the crock pot.
Oh,
we're having French toast.
I'm on my way. How long does it have?
Well, it's not in the crock pot today.
Oh, okay, so I can get there before you get it. Okay.
I meant for this week. We're having it one day, but not today.
I need
today
like 12 hours notice.
We got groceries. So then we're having breakfast. And we did get some filet to have sometime. Probably not this week, but maybe next.
I love
the
to
day
get
before you
those
do the Mississippi pot roast.
Mm-hmm.
I think I have a delay.
No.
No?
No? What'd
You
you
said
say?
no, like you said no like a minute after I said that.
No. Well, maybe you did.
The Mississippi pot roast, the day before you're going to put it in, I need notice because that'll give me time to drive there. Okay.
Okay. I'll let you
There
know.
you.
I've never fixed it before, so it's going to be interesting.
It's so good in the crock pot.
Mm-hmm.
I've not. Now, what is the Mississippi pot roast?
That's the one with the pepperoncinis, right?
Yeah. And the gravy, like gravy packet, I think it's ranch, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But then broth.
It's so good. It's almost like a ranchy au jus sauce.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's got the pepperoncinis. And I almost said pepperonis. Y'all, I got issues.
Should be super tender.
Yeah, it's super. Yeah, it's good.
When I do it, Jenny, I'll send you a picture
Mm.
so you can see it.
Yeah.
You could bring her some.
Yeah, or she could just come over.
Look, she laughed. She's like,
like, no.
You won't let me. You have to have a Tyvek suit on.
Jenny's like,
oh,
no.
One of these days, me and Morgana are going to have a date. We're going to have a girl date, and we're going to go.
Delphi?
No. We're going to go to Hobby Lobby and shop. And then we're going to go to, I don't know, have lunch somewhere.
Y'all need to get, go ahead to the Home Depot and get your Tyvek suit.
Why?
And your mask. Because you got to mask up and Tyvek up if you're going to go see. Y'all. This mess has already started. It ain't even May. And these people are backed up to Georgia trying to get to the beach. God, Lord, help me. I ain't here. Oh.
Oh, I remember what I was going to say a minute ago. We was talking about food still. We like to get those like traditional, just the plain like with the warm rotisserie chickens from the deli. Oh my God. They're so good.
Chop them up, put them in soup. They're good too.
Yes. Grace was the one that I never had done that before. Anytime we've ever bought like a rotisserie chicken, we've always got it like to eat like that night. Then have like mashed potatoes, green beans, whatever, you know. But whenever she would make, because Grace, that's all she did was cook when she was here. And that's her love language, you know?
Yeah.
And that's what she loves to do when she's like stressed. She like stress
people
cooks.
like that because that is not me.
Yeah, but she don't make just one meal. She'll make like everything in a week in one day. She'll
Yeah,
have
see,
15 pots going on the stove.
My BFF be like, come over and we'll meal plan and we'll cook for I am not spending a whole day. No, ma'am. I spent my whole life cooking for people and I'm done.
Well,
my people might not have left, but my people grew up, okay? And they can cook for themselves.
Grace takes a whole entire day just to make sauce.
No.
Like the real deal pasta sauce.
That's Jay. That's man-child. Can y'all hear
And
my
then you
blinker?
got all the dishes and all that. Who wants to do all that?
I know.
And Jay cooks like his daddy, so he uses every daggone pot in the house.
And then Grace also uses like all of the whole, like, she's the one that like makes her broth from scratch. When she's making chicken soup, she makes her broth from scratch. She'll go get the whole bone.
That's why
they
make
and all
bone
that.
broth.
She cooks like my grandmother. She don't understand how here we eat the way we do with canned and jarred everything. Like if we're having spaghetti, I pull out the ragu.
Ragu, yep.
Mm-hmm.
But not her. Nope.
Here's the thing. I used to make all the things from scratch until I figured out that I can take the stuff that's already made and enhance it and just be just as good.
Right.
Like I used to make marinades from scratch until I realized, you know what? That's like Italian dressing. All right, bet. We just throw the Italian dressing in there. Y'all got to go pick up my flea stuff from my bed. I'm going to mute myself.
Okay.
If I'm going to be out, if I got to put on pants, we're going to get some stuff done.
You can hear her getting out of her car. She's like, here we go.
But it hurts, y'all.
I like using that zesty Italian.
Oh,
and marinate chicken breast in that and then grill them.
Yeah, I used to do that a lot.
Is the mesquite Montreal, the Montreal steak seasoning from who's the grilling people?
Oh, I didn't see Lauren Bush's.
No.
Bye, Lauren. Hope you feel better.
Bye, Lauren. Feel better.
Yeah, she says she's not feeling very well. I didn't see that comment.
Probably because they took half the body of blood today.
Well, she said they took 10 whole tubes.
That's a lot.
They took. That's what I'm saying. They took half her body.
God love her heart.
All right, y'all. I got my mask on. Let me mute. I'll be right back.
I don't mind ragu regular spaghetti sauce. The ragu's fine with me. But as far as the Alfredo sauce, Bertolli is it.
Right.
You ain't gonna find none better than that unless you make it yourself. Which Abigail does make a mean homemade Alfredo sauce.
I bet it is good. I just don't want to take all time for all that.
It's very, very good.
You know, I'm getting old and like I don't have time to waste for all that.
I don't like to cook.
I don't mind the cooking, but it's like the cleaning up and then I don't know. I'm tired.
I mean, if I enjoyed cooking, then I would do the way, Grace and Abigail. Abigail loves to cook too, and she's really good at it. I just don't enjoy it. It's not. I like to bake and make like cakes and dessert stuff like that. I love to do that kind of stuff. But as far as real food, no, I'm not. I mean, I can cook. I just don't like to.
Yeah, same here.
But I'm not good with like steaks on the like cooking steaks or like frying chicken in a pan, or I'm not good at that kind of stuff. I will cook it until it's dry as a bone and burnt slap to on purpose, because I'm the one that's the weirdo, like cutting my chicken in half to make sure it's not still clucking.
I'm that way though too. But luckily that's how most of them in this household are. So if it's not like real done, they're not eating it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to either.
Even like steak. Like if there's blood there, no.
I don't mind like a medium well steak with just that thin pink line. That doesn't bother me, but if there's like literal meat blood in the plate, no, I can't do that.
You can taste that. I mean, that's not right. No. Hard no.
Kel says she's got to be in the mood to cook, otherwise she takes the shortest shortcuts possible.
Like the drive-through? Yeah, I know. That's where I'm going tonight. I hate grocery shopping, and then I'm tired, and then I don't want to fix it. I'm like, we're going out.
I think that's pretty common though for a lot of people to do their grocery shopping, but then they end up that's their like go to a fast food or a restaurant or something night.
Yeah.
Because by the time you get all the groceries bought and put away, the last thing you want to do is cook.
Right.
But then again, see, that's different. Like with Grace, again, I'm going back to Grace again. I must just really miss her today. But anyway, she, when she goes grocery shopping, like, okay, you go grocery shopping, I go grocery shopping. We go in and we put all the food away, right?
Right.
She goes grocery shopping. She comes in the house with her groceries. She puts them up on the counter and she gets the cutting board out, the skillet out, the pot out. Like she's already cooking and nothing ever even goes in the refrigerator. She just makes everything.
Oh my gosh. No.
I'm
It's
already
like
worn
she's
out
itching.
from the
It's like
Walmart delivery.
She's itching to get home to cook.
Ugh.
No, I really respect. I know I came in hot. I'm sorry. I really respect that though. That people that do that, because that ain't me.
Right. I mean, I wish that I was like. I wish that I wanted to do that, but I
wish
don't.
I did. And the thing is that, I mean, I'm not tooting my own horn, but I'm a really good cook. So it's funny because when I do cook, everybody's like, "I thought you said you can't cook." No, homie, I said I don't cook. I'm a good cook. I'm a real good cook. But yeah, can y'all hear my blinker?
No.
Nope.
I have such a good child. He went and got a new bulb because it was going ding 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 ding. And now it's just doing blinker things. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah.
Have you tried the Rouse Alfredo? Sorry, I know that was like 10 minutes ago. Was getting my flea stuff. Have you? I know the Bertolli, because Bertolli is the bomb. But have you tried the Rouse?
No.
How do you spell it?
ARO. No, I lied. RAO. That was my dyslexia. RAO.
I don't know if I've seen that brand.
I've heard of it.
They have some really good sauces, and they're a healthier option. I mean, Alfredo is Alfredo, and it's not healthy,
right?
But their stuff is really good. They do think a lot of it, but if you get it at Walmart or if you find it on sale at your grocery store, you can get it. You just try the Alfredo once. It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
No, I wouldn't mind trying it. I just know that the like ragu Alfredo is a no.
Yeah, no, it's too watery.
Well, and it's got a funky taste. It just
does have a funky taste. And the thing about Rouse too is like for keto people, they have a low.
Spins. That's what she said.
I did. I got my flea stuff because y'all got me all freaked out about daggone bed bugs yesterday. And so now I'm getting, Naze is due for her flea stuff on the 23rd, but I got pants. I had to put pants on. So I'd already ordered it yesterday because y'all had me all wigging out. But,
what me?
I think we recorded. No, you weren't. You were doing a grocery list.
You're going to have to go get it because mommy's not getting back up.
I was going through torture.
Oh, no wonder I can't hear y'all. I turned you down because I had you in my ear in the vet, and I couldn't do both conversations.
Kel says
722.
722 for one jar.
That's okay. What did I just say? Get it at the Walmart or get it on BOGO. They think a lot of it, but it's good. It's not cheap.
Well, now I'm going to Walmart to look and see how much it is.
See, now here, my grocery store does really good BOGO deals. And also you don't have to do trust me when I tell you, I don't buy it on the reg. Oh, that is Walmart. Yeah.
It's $6.88 here.
Yeah. So I get it when my grocery store that I go to has it on BOGO, because then it's $3.50 a jar. No, it's not. It's like it ain't $6.88 here, because I'll tell you right now, that ain't happening in my house. That's for sure.
I was gonna say the Bertolli is like $2.84.
Yeah, because
like 3 times as much.
Yeah, look, listen. I said all of these things before I said all of them.
And then I have to have 3 jars of that. So
that's why you get them on BOGO.
The way these heifers around here eat.
Facts. All right, I'm just saying. It just put it when you see it on sale. I don't think I'll have to look at my Walmart. I'm driving right now, so I'm not going to do that. But
yeah, no.
I'll have to see how much it is at my Walmart. But I know when I get it on BOGO from my grocery store, it's like $3 a piece. Maybe it might be $2.75. But I don't buy it very often because I don't cook.
Right.
So I will tell you this though. You know what I had yesterday? I had one of the innovations, but I had the steak fried rice. Y'all don't sleep on that stuff. It's so good. It's so good. Like I added 2 to cart while I was eating it.
Kel, ma'am, I just sent you a message.
Rude.
Sorry.
You send me a message?
No.
I got the FOMO. I want a message. I don't even care what it is.
Tell her to shut up.
I did send you a message this morning or a while ago.
Yeah. You know what? You are not lying. You are not lying. Why are you pulling out into the space to get into this? My goodness gracious, y'all. This is why I don't go outside.
Oh, so QB got a message and I didn't get one?
Bro, we had a whole conversation. I had to tell her, I was like, dang, ain't we supposed to be paying attention to this stuff?
Oh, see, there's FOMO for me. Here we go. Being like QB.
How you feel now? All right, let me turn that over. Let me take this. This child leaving trash in my car.
Y'all, I'm feeling like a Friday nap is coming on.
If I take a Friday nap, I'm going to bed. Like, I don't know what is wrong with me. I don't know. Maybe I do got the vid. Because I'll tell you what, this last week, about 6:30, 7 o'clock, I'm ready for bed.
Okay, Patricia. I'm going back to the corner with my pickle. Did you hear me slapping the pickle?
I'm ignoring you, Em. I'm ignoring you because guess where I am, y'all.
Thank you, Kel.
Guess where I am?
Where?
$1.25 tree.
Of course you are.
Look, if I'm going out, you know I'm going to go to the $1.25 tree. Why is everybody looking at me? Because I'm cute.
Patricia said I was about to comment about the production value with the pickle slapping sounds. A+.
Wow.
Slap the pickle.
Stop it. No. That is not allowed. Absolutely not.
That's chomping.
No, we're not doing that.
Hey.
We're not
Jenny's about
doing
ready
that.
to take a nap.
She is. She's like, okay, I'm gonna end stream and I'm out of here.
Bye.
No, I was just not paying attention.
Clearly. They have all the roads I need to go down, like blocked off. They're mopping the floor.
Do you know what part of the $1.25 tree I get super excited about?
What's that?
The storage.
Oh, absolutely.
The containers.
Yes, absolutely. All day, every
I
day.
lose my mind.
And I'm a fan of the office and the craft supply aisle as well.
Oh yeah, me too.
Oh, they got new storage.
The
they got new
stationery
colors.
stuff. Oh.
The stickers. They got new colors out. Jenny.
New colors of what?
Their storage. They got
they got all their new spring colors out or summer stuff already.
It's looking like I think this is summer. It's bright pink, like a cobalt blue, and a darker teal color.
I always go for the teal ones. Those are the ones I get.
Me too. Me too. I'll even go for seafoam green sometimes.
Yeah, me too.
If they don't have what I want, but usually when they have the teal, I pick them all up. Oh, my new thing is y'all don't sleep on these things. They got these can holders, like that you put like soda cans in your refrigerator or whatever.
Oh yeah.
So you can, okay, and so you would grab the front.
Okay, she's gonna leave us hanging.
She is, isn't she?
Y'all, my alarm. My alarm went off. Sorry. Stop it.
You're gonna have to tell your alarm and the people that call you that you need to put your phone on do NR.
I did. I have it. Not DNR. Let's do not resuscitate. Would you? Okay. Are you doing this? I'm gonna have to come back.
Who's she talking to?
The badump. I'm talking to y'all. The badump bump is playing over and over and over again.
Oh my God! I'm telling you, your phone, man.
I'll be right back.
It's possessed. I'm telling you.
Why would that happen? That's so weird.
I don't know. There's something wrong with that phone.
Is this the right one, or do I need to bring the other one up?
No, this is it.
Okay.
Oh, I left my computer on. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I just didn't know which one it was for sure.
I was like, that's real funny, Jenny, with the badump bump. And then it kept going, and I was like, come on, man.
Oh, my Lord.
Look at these signs. They're so cute. And they're not even the $5 ones. They're cute.
I'll be right back, guys. I got to go potty and see what Jolie's into. Hold on.
Okay.
Oh, they're so cute.
What are they?
The
you just leave us hanging here.
They're like home signs, but they've got like the like be humble, be kind, be whatever, but they're big. They're like
Turn on your camera and show us.
You have lost your ever loving mind. Here, wait a minute. I think I won't. Y'all gonna see me for a minute, and I'm a whole hot mess. I'm gonna show you the ceiling. See if I can flip.
Don't make us seasick.
Can I flip my camera around? Why can't I flip my camera around? Rude. There we go.
You should be
All
able
right.
to.
Here we go.
Okay.
We're going
to
shopping.
TV.
Going shopping. First of all, these little Wi-Fi things are so cute. If I had people coming over, I would do those. Love this section. But look how cute these are.
Those are cute.
They're like 2 feet wide. Look at the long ones.
Oh, I like those.
Cute. Aren't they cute? And they're not in the $5 section.
Well,
They're
that's
in the
good.
$1.25 tree section. That's the new, I think that's summer.
Oh, yeah.
But they got all that. Look, they got their pots out. I got tons of pots. We go down the craft. I didn't say I got pie. I knew you were going to say that. Look at the sticker aisle. I need to go get not the girlfriend. I just stopped in here for a minute.
Ton of stickers.
Oh yeah, we got this is one of 3
Right,
that we
Margaret.
have.
That's right. Margaret says, "Okay, my $1.25 tree looks like the apocalypse. Why is yours so nice?"
Yeah, this is a nice one. This is one of the nicer ones. Look at how straight and neat everything is. Look at it. This is the one right next to my house.
Oh, like we're on a field trip.
We are on a field trip. Look. Oh, they got new stuff. Stop it. These right here, I love these. You put a magnet on the back. The magnet on the back. Cool.
Look at your cute nails. Let's see your cute nails. Oh, so cute.
You like them?
So pretty.
Anyways, there you go. I was showing you. Did you miss the signs? Let me go back. I gotta go get I'm gonna go get not the girlfriend, but let me go back
Do they
here.
have any books? I want to see the book section.
Oh yeah, it's they're redoing it right now. This is the book section right now. Let's see, it's mostly empty.
Yeah.
I found some decent books at the Dollar Tree.
I get the word finds. I get the jumbo word finds for
Yeah, because they're expensive.
And I like because they have the volume number on it, so I keep a list in my phone, the ones that I've gotten for her. So then when she needs a new one, I can check my list. These, Jenny, look. If you have guests and you need to give them your Wi-Fi, I mean, I don't.
Oh, yeah. Those are cute.
But look how cute these are.
Oh, I've got one of the welcome ones, the 3rd row down.
I'm surprised that it's not in the $5 or at least the $3.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the home and aren't they cute?
They are cute.
And there's I already showed everybody, but there's the colors, the new colors.
I like the turquoisey one.
Yeah, the turquoise is nice. It doesn't match the turquoisey ones that I already got though. So
yeah,
there's the jingle
in a different room.
There's the jingle. What?
Spins wants to see your face.
I see it,
ma'am. Oh. Hi.
Look at that, you little honyak.
Do you want me out here without? Do you want me without my mask on?
Yes.
I cannot. Not out here.
You can take it off and just show us your face and smile at us.
I'm breathing the air in here. No, ma'am. No ham. No turkey. No, ma'am. I'm not.
Okay.
I'm immunosuppressed and filled up with freaking steroids. No, we ain't doing that.
I don't blame you.
Sorry. Love y'all, but no. No. Like this is the $5, $3 aisle.
Ooh, I see those pretty little. Yeah, I like those too.
See this color? That's the color I normally get. But they only have it like right on spring. See, these are the $5 ones, but they're big. But those are cute too.
I like those.
Look at these bags. Cute. I don't shop this aisle because this is a $1.25 tree. But anyway, so this is my Dollar Tree.
It's nice.
Look how nice. Look how neat. Aren't they fantastic?
They are fantastic.
So anyways, I'm going to turn this off now. I don't know how to do it. Stand by. There we go. All right.
Patricia says your $1.25 tree has so much stuff. Mine has nothing.
Yeah, I have 3 really good ones. This one I think is either being remodeled. Is either being remodeled or is slated for remodel. The one, and by remodel, I just mean like they close for like 2 days. They take everything down and they redo everything.
Yeah.
And then
The one up the road got a remodel, so they're really nice. The other one, and there's more. I think there's 5 here. I think there's 5 total. But anyways, I go to certain ones for certain things. Like I know, like I can always find X thing. Let me see if they have these. I gotta go, y'all. Supposed to be getting not the girlfriend. I'm over here playing around. Ooh, they redid the. Ooh, they are redoing it.
Squirrel.
They are redoing it. Let me see if they have the.
That
No,
was
I
the
don't see
pure. That was the epitome of. Oh, hi. How are you? Oh, so sparkly.
Yeah, this is a problem. It happens a lot. So there's drink holder things now. See, I have them marked down. I know I can get them at the other one. Look at this.
One time I found at the $1.25 tree, and this was back when it was still $1, not $1.25.
Right.
I found in the sticker section 7 or 8, and you guys, I'm gonna tell you, I bought every one of them. But they were the whole rectangular, big, thick books of Happy Planner stickers.
Oh,
Name brand Happy Planner stickers.
yeah. Yo, look at these. Look, it's a egg holder, but you slide it on your shelf.
Oh, underneath.
Y'all. Yo, look at these baskets, clip-on baskets. If I didn't have an apartment refrigerator, I'd be all over that. Anyway, sorry. Okay.
But yeah, those Happy Planner sticker books, those are like $20-$25 a piece, and I got them for $1 a piece. And I have used the crap out of those. You don't know how many of those I've given away or put in like packages or yeah.
If you watch Walmart, Jenny, when they have the new releases of the Happy Planners, Walmart will they're not $1.25 or $1, but Walmart has them for like $6 and $8.
Yeah.
At the end.
That's a good deal too.
It is a good deal. That's where, but then, okay, so here's the thing. I want to be a planner person. Okay. I used to be a planner person, like a legit hands-on. What's the word I'm looking for? Y'all help me out here. Why you let me struggle?
I don't know what you're trying to say. I can't read mine's, QB.
You're in here all the time. Why can't you come in here now?
You got me blocked. You like to be organized?
Tactile. Okay, no. When it's tactile, when you're holding it in your hand. Why can't I think of the word? Okay, anyway.
I was trying to think of a more professional word for the word calendar planner person, but I couldn't think of one. And then she pops out the word tactile. Get out of here.
Get out of here.
Ben, you're not kidding me. You know you're coming down here.
You're breaking up.
Hear me now?
Barely.
No.
What the heck? The what? Hello?
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 Yes.
Can you hear me?
Margaret's going to use the word tactile in her meeting it too.
Tactile. That's a cool word. You got to say it like me, though. You got to go tactile.
Tactile. Tactile.
Why am I wearing my mask in my car? Y'all.
Tactile.
Y'all.
You're not one of those people, are you?
I am not. I am absolutely. I make fun of people like that. Now I'm about to be when I go get not the girlfriend, because she's been next to man-child, and I ain't having none of that.
Yeah.
I hung a mask on the outside of his door. I was like, don't you come out without this on.
Margaret told you to be tactile.
I'm gonna be late. Y'all don't tell her I was in the $1.25 drink, and I didn't get nothing.
That's not even funny.
Well, I got sidetracked showing people around, and then I had to go back and show it again because you were off playing with Jolie. Well, how dare! I forgot there's a big old hole in this road over here. It says 21 minutes and I only have 20. Yeah. Oh, 18. Oh, Lord. I'm going to be late. She'll be all right.
She'll be all right. Yeah.
It's her Friday. She said she feels fine because I texted her. I said, if you don't feel good, let me know. Because yesterday, okay, here's what had happened. Yesterday, these children, Jay was sick. He was not feeling good and he could not get up to even take her to work. So they called an Uber. Excuse me. Excuse me. He's like, well, we didn't want to bother you. And I appreciate that. But that's a botherable offense. You calling me from the store that's 5 minutes away to tell me that you got the things I asked you to get, that is not a callable reason. I'm like, all right, look, listen.
I heard her say that, Spins.
What?
So whenever not the girlfriend gets in the car, she's going to say, look, I got to mute you for a second. And then what she's going to do is when we can't hear her, she's going to tell not the girlfriend, listen, I would have been here on time. But this girl that's on this phone, she just would not shut up until I showed her the entire $1.25 treat.
You know what? Here, I'll do you one better. I won't mute y'all. I usually mute y'all because I'm like, hey, how's your day? Well, apparently that's too much. Because she's so quiet. And so
Sure.
I do, apparently.
Well,
so now I just go, hey, and I wave my hand, and then she'll say, hey, but y'all won't hear her. I don't hardly hear her. I'm sitting right here. She's so quiet. Like the other day when I got Arby's, I said, do you want Arby's? She's like, and I was like, I'm sorry, what?
Tell her you're old and you don't hear well.
I said,
I speak up.
She goes, I don't have enough money to get it. I said, I didn't ask you if you had money. Do you want Arby's? I'll get you Arby's. And she's like, yes.
Aww.
I love that she's so quiet for the most part because she ain't disruptive. I mean, my whole family's disruptive. But sometimes
I can't imagine that, QB.
Y'all ain't seen y'all think I'm a lot. Look, Gigantor, man child, he don't realize his own strength. So when he comes through a door, the hinges cry. Like they're like, not again, please.
Well, my husband busts through the screen door like the Kool-Aid man.
Yes.
Falls down.
Your husband does do that twice. Did he do it twice?
He did it twice. Yeah.
The Kool-Aid man.
He's a hot mess.
I've got a visual.
Didn't he do it when we were on stream? Once?
Huh?
Wasn't one of the times when we were on stream? We were on live?
No.
Oh, I thought I remembered. I'm just remembering stuff now. I told y'all I'll make stuff up.
But he did go through it twice. 2 different times.
That was sweet, Patricia. That was sweet of QB.
Yeah.
Y'all don't tell nobody. Y'all don't tell nobody.
We know you're sweet.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not mean. You know, Spins, my mean girl was trying to come out last night. I had to put myself in timeout.
Did you put yourself in a corner?
I do. Y'all think I'm kidding. If y'all
did you literally put yourself in a corner?
No, it was figuratively. Thank you.
She don't get it. I'm talking because Spins did.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Spins literally put herself in a corner and then couldn't get out. And then sent me a picture of the laundry bag, and now I know why. Because it was a whole week's of laundry in a bag that she got caught on the wheel.
Oh my god.
She was stuck in the corner. That was kind of funny. I don't mean no harm, Spins. Love you. I told y'all I'm that friend.
Patricia felt my side. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
What I'm envisioning is, okay, you know how whenever I just got this visual. You know how whenever the husband, right?
Uh-huh.
When the husband or you, for that matter, depends on who mows the yard, right? They go too far out on the lawnmower, you know, in the part of the yard that stays a little wet.
A little wet, yeah.
And they just dig that
That's
rut.
exactly what Spins was
And they
doing.
can't get out of it, and that wheel's just a spinning. Now we know why she's called Spins.
Yeah.
Because she gets herself in a corner and digs herself in a rut, and she can't get out, and the wheel's just spinning.
Mhm. Yeah. I'm gonna ask her again if she wants something to eat. I wouldn't mind another euro.
Yeah.
I got a coupon. I think I got a coupon for 5 off of 20. They didn't give me that when I spent 20 the other day. I can't bring nothing for man-child because he's asleep. I don't know what he wants. I should go. You know what I should do? I should go to Chick-fil-A and get him some of that chicky soup. Y'all ever had that chicky soup from Chick-fil-A?
No.
That, oof. When you're sick, that's the diggity right there. But yeah, y'all don't be telling people I'm sweet.
You are sweet.
No, you
No?
are.
You like a southern sweet tea.
Ma'am.
Sweet tea.
You're that southern sweet sun tea. It sits out in the sun all day, and it's nice and
Bakes and gets hot and nasty.
Yeah.
Angry.
You like a sweet roll.
Sweet roll.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a
Ooh, she's like a nice yeasty roll from Texas Roadhouse. Get you some of that sweet cinnamon butter.
Why you had to go with yeasty? Why you had to?
Okay,
why
I'm
you had
going.
to say it loud and proud? Like, oh, she all yeasty.
Yeasty.
Like, dang.
Oh, sorry,
Dang.
I couldn't help myself.
Didn't we have this conversation the other day about not putting scented stuff on your hoo-ha?
Oh yeah, that's true.
Was that
I
us?
missed that.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't do that.
No. Look,
I don't
Spins,
know about
I'm gonna stop talking to you all the time if you keep telling people I'm sweet. It starts a riot. It's just not.
Sweet. She's sweet.
Sweet.
Yo.
Sewing butter.
Sewing.
Bada. Bada. Sewing.
Sewing butter.
Oh yeah, the spicy cyclone, that'll clear you right up. You know what? That ain't a bad idea. I could get him some hot and sour. I wish I knew if he was going to work. If he ain't going to work, I ain't got to rush back. I mean, I put pants on.
Gail says you're on an antibiotic that should help with the yeastiness.
No, that'll make you have yeastiness.
You know what? Okay, let me tell you a funny story. Ex-husband, right? So they put me story time with QB. So they put me on an antibiotic, right? I'm just gonna tell y'all, I'm not a yeasty chick, all right? Yeah. Not that y'all needed to know that, but I'm not, all right? And even on an antibiotic, I don't usually have an issue. But this particular antibiotic did cause a severe problem. And so I was telling him, because we talked about stuff like that, and I'm like, yo, it's bad. And he's like, well, what do they do for that? And they give you another antibiotic. And he's like, women are complicated. Just figuring that out. We already been married 5 years. I didn't scare you yet. It was the funny. I just laughed so hard because he was like, "Women are complicated." I'm like, they are complicated.
They really
but that's
are.
what they do. It's like, oh, this antibiotic gave you a yeast infection. Here, try this one.
Yeah. Anytime you take antibiotics, you better eat some yogurt every day.
Y'all, when I tell y'all, when I turtle y'all, I'm gonna fix to turn this camera back on. Hold on.
Mickey said, Ronnie said on our trip, he's just going to tie you to the top of the Hummer. Aw, you don't want to put up with me that long?
All right, y'all. Can y'all see this ridiculousness?
Mm-hmm.
Do y'all see it?
Traffic.
This is a whole... I hate it here. Can y'all see if I put you there? Oh, yeah. Wait, there we go. How's that? Y'all can ride with me. Ride with me, won't you?
Won't you ride with me in my car?
Won't you be my neighbor?
Get out
ride my car. Drive my car.
To my car.
Turn on. Anyways, we're all in the wrong spot on that. Can y'all see? Y'all see the putt putt? Y'all see the? Can you see the top of the putt putt? This is the putt putt, y'all.
Absolutely, Kel. You're 100% right. It does.
I cannot see the comments now because it's turned the other direction. But I want y'all to see.
Oh, sorry. Actually, Gail, you can do that. You can do that.
Yeah, but do you really want to?
No, but someone also said, Gail said, my best friend told me yogurt helps with yeastiness. I thought she meant to apply it, not eat it, but she stopped me in time.
You can actually. You can put it down there.
Yeah, you can actually do that.
Especially if you're on fire. If you're on
but
fire,
now it's like now it's like you just take one pill and that's it.
Yeah, that's true.
Used to you have to do those applicator no.
Yeah.
Oh no.
It's the what is it, diflucan they give for yeast infections now?
So.
Yeah, I think so.
You see these fools. But I wanted y'all to see this, specifically Spins, because Spin yells at me and she's like, why are you texting while you're driving? I don't text and drive. Okay. But I do a lot of this. Y'all see this?
Sitting, yeah.
Plain Gail, honey. Plain.
Plain. Yeah, don't put no strawberry down there.
Yeah, don't get no fruit.
I mean, unless you got a man, and then that's a whole another story. I'm pretty quiet now.
Not with the yeast though, QB. That wouldn't be good.
QB, get out of here. You quit acting like. Where'd you come from? What did you do with QB?
My bad. I forgot who I was talking to.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all see this? And even when the light turns green, we'll still be sitting here. You know why? Because everybody goes across the green. They go across the red. They run the red light, and then they sit in the intersection.
You know why, too? Because people like you that are looking at their phones whenever you're waiting for the stoplight.
No. I keep an eye out. That ain't me. That ain't me. That ain't me.
But you know what I mean.
I do know what you mean. But these people, look, and you know why they're not moving? Not at this light, because this light is smaller, so nobody cut across. You know why they're not moving? Because nobody jumps the light, because everybody runs the red lights in this town. You'll get killed.
Yeah, you gotta watch that.
Yeah, nobody. I mean, none of it. You look. You'll sit. I tell my kids count to 5, and I don't care if the people behind you are honking and honking and honking. Because if you get hit because someone ran the red light, I'm gonna know. I'm gonna know you didn't count to 5.
Yeah. Lee came
Why
back
did I agree to do this
conversation?
What?
I said Lee just come back in for the yeasty conversation.
Why you were back there lurking, weren't you?
He
I
must
forgot
have
my
been.
lip gloss. Daggone it. Be here all daggone day. Let's see. Check the purse. The purse has got everything in it.
Why do you need lip gloss? What are you doing?
Not lip gloss. I need lip balm. There it is. I got a car
gloss,
lip balm.
baby.
I did say gloss and I lied. Yeah.
Chapstick.
Don't make those kind of noises when you're putting chapstick on.
But it's good. I have a pocket chapstick. I have a car chapstick. I have a bedroom chapstick. I have a desk chapstick, and I have a backup of chapsticks to replace those chapsticks.
I don't hardly ever put on chapstick.
It ain't chapstick though. It's like this dude. Can y'all see this guy in the Mustang? Can y'all see him all the way on the left? I can't see if you can see him. Do you see him, the red black Mustang right there? Right there, that one. Watch him. He gonna act a fool. Like he gonna take off. Where you going, sir? Oh God, y'all don't want to drive me. I don't have road rage.
Spin said she a whole lie. I want to know. Put your hand up. Put the hand up emoji or a thumbs up emoji or something in the chat right now. If you ever catch yourself throughout the day talking like QB.
Yeah.
Y'all
I didn't ask you, ma'am. You are QB.
Y'all be like, y'all a whole lot. And they're like, what? You a whole lot. I'm sorry. That sentence is not grammatically correct. What QB said, y'all a mess. Who's putting thumbs up?
Gail and Sherry
Gail,
and Spence and Patricia.
Patricia.
Mm-hmm.
I think Bubbles might be behind.
Yeah.
Y'all, this morning I was responding, and then you were like, I said, ma'am, because of the Murdoch thing. And you're like, what, QB? What, ma'am? Ma'am, what? And I was like 2 minutes behind, so I didn't hear it until I got to that part. But then it was already past that part, and I was like, y'all, I'm behind. I hate this. I hate this so much. Y'all don't understand how much I hate this.
Kel said, I hear her voice in my head. Is that the same as like talking like her? And she said, QB is now my inner voice.
I was being the
Sherry.
inner voice for everybody yesterday.
Sherry said, I've been saying ma'am and I ain't mad.
I ain't mad at it. I ain't mad at it. Look at these people. Do you see all this crap? Holy Lord, 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 help me. I'm going to go the sideway. And now I'm going to have to go through the golf course. Watch this. Watch this.
Don't drive through the golf course.
No, they have a cut through the club. GPS takes me. It's got to be legal. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
GPS also leads people off the road and into lakes and stuff too, so you gotta be careful.
That's a fact. I'm gonna have y'all attest to the fact that the traffic was horrible. Even if I wouldn't have stopped at the $1.25 tree, I still would have been late. And I left early.
How much longer before you get there?
Well, depends on if I can cut it. Y'all gonna see the Russian roulette. I ain't gonna be able to get across today. This way is great because it cuts off all that traffic, but then it takes you to a place and it's like, so I want you to go straight, and it's across like a 5-lane highway. Y'all saw the traffic, right?
Back.
Where y'all want me to go?
Okay, Morgana.
What? Are you leaving to go cook dinner?
No, she said she'll be right back.
Okay. So they take me through the golf course, and when I get on the other side of the golf course, it's like continue straight, right? But it's like across a 5-lane highway. I'm sorry, what? No, we're not doing that. So some days I do it and I pucker a little because it's scary. But I do it. You see all these people, look at all these people in line. Look at that line. Y'all. Holy, I'm not even gonna be able to get into the golf course. Y'all need to move. I'm sorry. I probably shouldn't be driving with y'all on the phone. But now that y'all can see what I see, look, it says an outlet. Now there's a new one for you. No outlet is an outlet.
Is an outlet.
You want to know why? I used to date a guy that lived in Alaska, and they used to make their own signs and stuff. This is the golf course, by the way. Can y'all see it?
Mm-hmm.
So that man is mad. So they used to make their own signs, right? Because they lived like way out and all that. And so see that little kid in the way of the golf balls gonna get hit. It says right there, park here at your own risk. A golf ball may hit your vehicle. You don't think it'll hit your body? This is it right here, y'all. Y'all see this? They want me to go straight across to the other side. They want me to go straight. Guess who's not going straight? Me, because it's Friday and these people crazy. Look at all this traffic. Sorry, y'all. The squirreling is bad because I had to go out and I wasn't expecting to.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, so they used to make their own signs. So one of his friends had made a sign. He wasn't that bright. One of his friends had made a sign about
Happy
said,
Gilmore. Sorry.
That said no, right? That said no outlet. But he didn't put a space between it. And so this guy that I used to date, he wasn't bright. Thought the road was an outlet. So they got funky names up in, right? So he was like, "Oh, you mean by that road, an outlet?" And they were like, "An outlet? Where's an outlet road?" And they're like, "Right up." He's like, "Right over here." And he's like, "Are you saying no outlet?" And he was like, "Oh, is that what it is?" So now we call it an outlet. Anyway,
Oh my Lord.
it was funnier the first time. Anyways, I know you want a nap, and y'all don't need to follow me around my town. Thankfully, I don't have any things around this town that are going to tell you where I am. I didn't think about that.
Yeah, I know, right?
Well, I don't have any, not where I'm going. I don't have any things that you could look up that are not this route.
Morgana and Kels both said he must have been at least cute or really handsome.
He was. He was nice on the eyeballs, but yeah, he weren't that stuff. Did somebody say something about a stop sign? Did I roll through it? Because I probably did.
Oh my Lord. You kill me.
I don't roll through the ones I know people coming.
Huh?
Here, y'all want to see? Oh, y'all got no. I got to turn you off. Okay. Just hit me. I was fixing to dox myself.
Yay.
Because I'm going because she works at the college.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we're not going to do all that.
Well, that's all right. I'm going to go ahead and go anyway. I'm going to go in there and get a bite to eat, and I might lay down and take me a little afternoon nap.
Well, you do that because tomorrow's Saturday, and you don't have to worry about setting 150 alarms.
Mm-hmm.
So,
don't have to what?
To worry about setting 150 alarms.
Oh, yeah.
It's Saturday. So even if Jolie crawls up in there and naps with you, and she don't get up to wake you up. Oh, y'all, I was about to dox myself hard. Like hard.
Don't do that.
That would have been bad. Real bad.
Did
Not really, because I mean,
in the chat, did you see what I said?
His storm must have been.
Oh my Lord.
So we're not going to discuss it, but
yeah, we know
the storm.
He weren't that bright, so
he had to have something, right?
He was cute though.
Patricia, you have a good weekend too.
Patricia, thanks for listening to my craziness.
Lee said, or like I said, or good. LOL.
Right, Lee. That's why I said the storm was.
Did I pass my turn?
Not a bad storm, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all, I go this way all the time, and I'm talking to y'all, not paying attention.
Pay attention. You're driving.
I'm paying attention, but I'm not paying attention.
Well, Jenny, are you taking a nap?
Yeah, I'm gonna go take me a nap.
I can't text anymore, so I'll just say my goodbyes now. Bye, y'all. Mean it.
Love y'all. Thanks for joining.
Happy Hopi. Hope you have a great weekend. Ben's is yelling at me in the background because I don't run stop signs. Okay, I stop at stop signs. But if there's a stop sign that I know there ain't nobody coming, I might just do like a California stop. I mean, they do it in California.
California roll.
You're right.
It's a California roll. Why can't I do why? Anyway.
My husband does those all the time.
Y'all have a great weekend. Am I stuck in traffic again? Lord have mercy.
Bye, Gail.
Bye, Gail. Okay, I'm leaving because I'll still be here in 45 minutes. Y'all have a great day. Bye.
Bye, Gilby.
I'll talk to you all later.
Love you, Morgana.
You get a nap.
I will. You go get you some good food and have a good night.
Probably not good, but it's not. I don't have to fix it, so that's the good thing. All right. See you later. Bye.
Bye. You guys. All right. I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna go. Yeah, I'm gonna go. See what the husband is doing and get some food. Maybe take a wee little nap. Watch me go in there and get my second wind, and then I'll be up and then not take a nap. But I really want a nap. So, but I will see you guys on Monday. I think that Karen Reed's, we call it jury selection, is supposed to resume on Monday. Chad Daybell will be back in court on Monday. So we will continue Chad Daybell till Karen Reed begins, and then we will begin Karen Reed. So, all right. You guys have a safe weekend, a happy weekend, a good, great, awesome weekend. And I'll see you back on Monday. I love y'all. Bye.